Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the January 29th, 2024 Troy City Council meeting. This evening, we're honored to have Dr. Brigitte Bechtold from the Beacon Unitarian Universalist Congregation to provide our invocation. So I'll ask Dr. Bechtold to come forward, and please rise for that invocation, and then remain standing for a special Pledge of Allegiance treat.
Good evening. Amidst the paperwork and the preparation, amidst the emails and the emotions, amidst the getting it done and the pressure of time, may we find a little space for lifting our heads in wonder that we are still here, still striving, still trying together. May we enter this workspace with a felt sense of our deepest values and the ways we can liberate them to humanize the processes and forms of our decisions and actions, our structures and governance. May we enter this meeting in hope that we center love and relationship, creativity and community as we meet, in hope that we can invite into our own hearts and into the space between us so much obvious respect and spacious grace that no matter what happens here, we emerge connected. Amen, and blessed be.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like Girl Scout Troop 77843 from Hill and Barnard Elementary Schools to come forward to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Good. All right. Go ahead. Start us off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both to Dr. Bechtold and to Girl Scout Troop 77843 for starting us off with peace and joy. It's much appreciated. This time I'll call to order the January 29th, 2024 Troy City Council meeting, and I'll ask for the roll call from City Clerk Dixon.
Mayor Baker?
Here.
Councilmember Brooks?
Here.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Krenga?
Here.
Councilmember Chanda?
Here.
Councilmember Gunn?
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Here.
All present this evening. First up are certificates of recognition and special presentations. We have 3 this evening. We'll start with C1, proclamation to celebrate Troy High student Nikhil Mudaliar on being selected and playing in the U15 USA Cricket 2023 National Championship. Nikhil, where are you? You here? All right. Meet you down here at the podium, buddy. Should have recognized the jersey. Sorry about that. Well, it is very exciting and an honor. We're very excited about what's going on with cricket here in the city of Troy. We've got our cricket pitch coming to a park near you sometime, hopefully soon. But we're very excited. We've had a great relationship with some of the local cricket leaders, and it's really exciting to be here today to celebrate Troy High student Nikhil Mudaliar because he was selected and played in the U15 USA Cricket 2023 National Championship. So I have a proclamation here, Nikhil, that I'd like to read on your behalf. If you just stand by here for a second, let me read it into the record so we can celebrate you. Whereas Nikhil Mudaliar, a junior at Troy High School, was selected to play at the U15 USA Cricket 2023 National Championship at Rydell, Georgia from September 1st through 4th, 2023. The competition involves the best young cricketers from their age group in the country. Nikhil's performance placed him first as a wicket-keeper batter nationally, number 3 for best batter, and tied for number 1 for wicket-keeper. And whereas USA Cricket is representative cricket, where players go through a rigorous selection process, the process, involving 6 hub matches followed by 6 zonal matches, lasted from late April to mid-August to achieve this feat. Nikhil was selected for the national competition for his 2nd consecutive year. And whereas hub-level matches were the first step towards reaching the national championship, the Midwest zone comprised 11 states in which USA Cricket created 4 hub groups. Nikhil competed in the Eastern Midwest hub, which contained teams from Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana. Troy-based Michigan Youth Cricket Academy, Nikhil's team, won 5 out of 6 games and went on to win the championship for the hub. During the hub-level matches, he earned the title of Best Batter and Best Wicketkeeper by scoring 238 runs at an average of 47.65 and taking 12 keeper dismissals. And whereas with this stellar performance, Nikhil was appointed as captain of the Eastern Midwest Hub for zonal level matches. The zonal level consisted of 4 teams, each one represented by the best players from their hub. Yet again, Nikhil excelled through the competition and once more was titled as best batter for his 163 runs. These distinguishing factors allowed Nikhil, the only player from Michigan to be selected, to attain the opportunity to compete for the Midwest Zone at USA Cricket's U15 National Championship. And whereas, in addition to this achievement, Nikhil has been promoting cricket in the community by establishing a cricket club at Troy High School. He planned and organized an inter-school competition with teams from various parts of the state. Nikhil also has coached the under-11 age group since his freshman year. His commitment and service to the cricket community are unmatched and inspiring for aspiring young cricketers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Troy hereby congratulate Nikhil Mudaliar on his accomplishment in being selected to play at the U15 USA Cricket 2023 National Championship at Rydell, Georgia from September 1st through 4th, 2023, and be it further resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Troy invite all residents to celebrate Nikhil Mudaliar's achievement, wish him much success in all future endeavors, and thank him for being a great role model for our community and exceptional advocate for the sport of cricket. This proclamation, Nikhil, is presented this 29th day of January 2024, today. Signed by myself as the mayor. All members of our city council have signed it to honor you and to celebrate you. And even though it's against our rules of procedure, for celebratory reasons, let's applaud Nikhil on this great accomplishment. Congratulations, Nikhil. Thank you for coming. All right. Good to see you. Next up is C2, which is the park entrance sign update, and that'll be presented by Dennis Trantham, our Facilities and Grounds Operations Manager. Good evening, Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If you recall, the November 20th meeting of the Troy City Council, we brought to you a recommendation to award a contract for replacing the park entrance signs. The feedback that we gathered from that meeting was that Council desired that the City of Troy return to the signs. So we went back to our vendor and got a rendering of what the sign would look like with the City of Troy. We just wanted to present it to you all before we purchase the signs. So they're kind of reminiscent of what's there now as far as having the City of Troy below, and then they'll match what's at Genestein.
Very good.
So,
I hate to ask, but any questions? Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranga?
Quick question. I know when we left the last conversation, we'd asked about the community center. I don't know if that's still part of the conversation at some point. I know it's
Yep.
a little different than these ones.
so the community center signs are proposed to be in a capital budget for this next fiscal year, and we are still looking at solutions for things that we can do with that sign on Livernois in a temporary measure for not to expend too much funds to make it look nice.
Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you. So just want to confirm, so the look, the feel, the material will be consistent with what is currently at the Genestein Park?
Correct, and the renderings that we took and the measurements we took are what was bid out with the skating pavilion ice amenities as well. So it'll be the same sign as that. So it'll be the aluminum sign, black lettering, kind of a brushed aluminum.
Thank you.
What's our expected time frame?
They have emailed me multiple times wanting to know if we've made a decision yet, so they are chomping at the bit. Ironically, they're also the company that's doing the pavilion sign as well, so I think they're looking to get moving. So for us, it's going to be probably spring once the ground thaws and we can get some concrete in the ground, but yeah, should be pretty quick.
Right.
Good.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Next up is C3, 2023 Advance Report, and that'll be presented by James Vitrino. I saw him come in. There he is.
Good evening. Mayor, council members, thank you for having me here this evening. Main purpose is to answer questions that any council members may have about the report that was presented. It was included in your packet, but also to provide the public with a brief, very brief report on actions from that advanced meeting that you had in case they aren't reviewing the full report. In very brief, we had the advanced meeting on December 2nd. All council members were in attendance. The main purpose of the meeting was to help staff and administration plan for the upcoming year. The main highlights that I included in my report were reviewing items that were revisited at the prior years and provide updates. And we used a gallery approach for that, including the opportunity for all in attendance, which included both staff and elected officials, to provide feedback on those reports from last year's, which had a lot of facilities in them. Those reports were then provided back to administration in terms of all of the questions, and we provided follow-up or notes for action for each Troy Public Library, City Hall, Recreation and Senior Services, and the Aquatic Center. All of the reports, all of the notes that were posted were also categorized for staff to review and provide information back to City Council and the public on. The second piece that we reported on was review potential revenue and opportunities for the city. That had significant discussion among the members, and at the end we created a to-do which was suggested action for a future date. City Council could consider formal action requesting administration prepare specific information related to questions or requests generated during that revenue discussion, which was documented during the report. We didn't, or I didn't think at the end of that there was any clear action for administration to take, but there was definitely some suggested actions that I think City Council should revisit at some point during its fiscal year 2024-2025. Finally, we had 3 emergent issues that we spent time on: sustainability, emergency medical services, and staff engagement. The first 2 are ongoing issues that you'll be working on consistently throughout your fiscal year. And the last one, staff engagement, was just an update from administration on their prioritization of staff engagement over the next year. Hopefully that provides a short update from that singular meeting, which is really important to your planning process. I appreciate the opportunity to facilitate that, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Any questions from council? Councilmember Chamberlain-Crainga.
Thank you, Mayor. James, again, thank you for your brilliant facilitation. It was a very important day that we spent together. I did want to ask you, this might be a question for city management. So in the areas of those topical, like Troy Family Aquatic Center, City Hall needs, it says that staff are going to review those and respond with a written report to council. Are those going to come in different reports, like a TFAC report, a City Hall report, and do we have a sense of kind of when that might come over the next year?
Yeah, I appreciate that question and defer to City Manager.
Up to this point, we haven't really given much thought, but I would think it would be more along topical basis. So it would be one on each topic.
And timing, given that we will also have a city manager, will have transition, and just wondering about that.
At this point, we haven't given any thought when that timing will be, but this will help us start thinking about it and we can report back.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councilmember Chanda.
Thank you. I wasn't present in the council at that time, but I did observe the meeting. Just that may be a question for the city administration also. Is there any update on the EMS study? I know that we were trying to get some.
Yeah, I'll defer to the City Manager.
And I'll defer to Deputy City Manager Bob Bruner.
City staff had the first on-site meeting with Fitch and Associates on Friday last week. And so Fitch is still in the research and discovery phase, and so I can't estimate when we'll have more information for council, but work is underway.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, James, for your time, not just tonight, but back in December and all the prep that went into that.
Thank you.
And the report.
See you soon.
Thank you. That concludes certificates of recognition and special presentations this evening. We have no public hearings scheduled this evening, so we'll move on to public comment for items on the agenda from Troy residents and businesses. All right, a couple of housekeeping things first. First point is it's now 15 minutes past the start of our meeting, so signing up for public comment is no longer allowed. If you have not signed up yet, your time has passed, so we will monitor that as well. A couple other things. Our council agenda has some rules related to public comment. I ask that you follow them. Their applause is not allowed by our council rules of procedure. I understand that there are things that get said that bring out very strong emotions and feelings in the audience members, and I understand that, and I've been there myself. But for decorum purposes and for the purposes of moving our meeting along in an efficient manner, I will remind you that applause is not permitted. And I will bang the gavel and do other things if necessary, but I trust that we can all follow those rules this evening. The next point I'd like to make is, of course, you have 3 minutes. As stated in the rules, you'll be addressing all of us as a body. It's not an opportunity for back and forth discussion. Council does have the opportunity to reply if necessary at the end of all public comment. So for someone speaking, it sometimes can feel very awkward if you stand up and speak about something very heartfelt and then we look at you and say thank you and move on to the next person. Please know that's the design of our agenda process. It's not personal to you, so don't think anything by that. And that sometimes can also be difficult to absorb when you're standing up at the podium. Finally, it looks like a handful of you have signed up in multiple places. This first public comment, as stated, is for items on the agenda from Troy residents and businesses. I know that some of you are here this evening to speak about, I believe it is I-5, the master plan? I-5. Some of you, many of you are here to speak, I believe, to ask for a ceasefire resolution. That's not on the agenda this evening. So if you have signed up to speak regarding a ceasefire or anything related to what is happening overseas, you'll have an opportunity to speak later in the meeting. So please recognize that when we're going through this list. If I call your name and you are not speaking on an item on the agenda in this section, please let me know, and we will move on to the next one. And also, if I do call your name and you come up, please state which item you are speaking on along with your full name at the beginning of your speech, okay? We'll try to make this work as smoothly as possible. All right, first up is Charles Church. Good evening.
My name is Chuck Church, and I'm filling in for my wife, April, who is the president of the Friends of the Troy Public Library, but is out ill. So, here we go. The mission of the Friends is to promote and support the Troy Library. We fund library programs and projects with the revenue generated by our 2 stores located in the library, the Friends Shop and the Bookshop. Tonight, you will be considering an expensive and extensive repair to the library's HVAC system. And unfortunately, this repair will adversely affect our bookshop. The bookshop is located in the basement of the library and is open every weekend the library is open. It is this shop that generates most of our revenue. It requires teams of dedicated volunteers who work during the week preparing the store for sales, then additional volunteers operate the shop on the weekend. The books, DVDs, games, and other items that we sell come to us through the generosity of donors, and these donations can only be accepted when the library is open. The HVAC repair is estimated to take 6 weeks to complete. During that time, our bookshop will have to be closed. This 6-week closure will equate to a loss of at least $6,000 in revenue. Other factors will also negatively affect our revenue as a result of the repair. 1, to make room for the repairs, we have to box and relocate all of our inventory. We also have to disassemble and relocate all of our shelving. Once the repair is completed, we will then have to reverse the process. Consequently, we will have to close our shop 2 weeks prior to the repair and 2 weeks after the repair, another loss of $4,000 in revenue. 2, during this closure, we will not be able to accept donations, as we have nowhere to process and store them. Thus, we will have less inventory available for sale. And finally, our regular customers will have to find another bookshop while we are closed, and there's always a risk they may not return after we open for such a long shutdown. In fact, based on how long it has taken to return to our previous pre-COVID revenues, it may take up to 6 months to rebound from this situation. Now, we fully understand that these repairs must occur for the safety and health of staff, volunteers, and patrons. We also know that the repairs are being done as fast as possible, and we are grateful for the support of the library administration and staff. But I must say that we are also very frustrated with the increasing frequency of repairs. It feels like we're putting duct tape on a sinking ship. I know all of you are working hard to make Troy a world-class city, but our library is limping along, trying its best to serve our city with inadequate space and insufficient technological capacity. My vision for Troy is to see a new library building, one that can provide the space, technology, and accessibility that the 21st century demands. I urge the Troy City Council to embrace this vision as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Next up is Mary Lyn Bowen.
Hello, I'm Mary Lyn Bowen. I am here as a Troy resident. I'm very concerned about our library, and I'm also a big community volunteer. I am vice president of the Friends of the Troy Public Library. I have been a lifelong patron of libraries, and I've been active with the Friends for 8 years now. I am very, very concerned about and perplexed about the status of our Troy Public Library building. This latest major repair job to remediate mold on the AC vents is very unsettling and crazy expensive. It has a huge impact on the library, the staff, the Friends, the basement bookshop operations. Our shop will have to close during this repair job. This affects our income. That affects what we can give to Troy Public Library. It affects our customers, our volunteers, our outreach partners, our consistency. Our profits help Troy Public Library with materials and programs. I train our volunteers. We have 60 adults who give us their time and talents. In 2023, this dedicated group gave 5,166 hours of volunteer service. I have trained over 150 teenagers over the last few years. These teens need service hours for National Honor Society, for presidential awards, for Project LEAD. They come from all the high schools in Troy and our surrounding communities. These teens learn teamwork, leadership, responsibility. These are important life skills for our teens. They sort books, they organize outreach, they pack up boxes, they restock shelves, and they clean. Last year, our teens gave us 1,684 hours of volunteer service. They want to contribute to their community. They're going to be pretty upset when they hear we're going to be closed for 6 weeks. I also coordinate outreach to schools and groups that need books. I get books to communities that need books. I take books every month to the Veterans Administration in Detroit. These groups are very, very grateful for all the books I give them. The outreach program is not going to be possible if we have to close. Last year, we gave away over 5,000 books. Promoting literacy is very important all around. I'm so sad that I'm not going to be able to do that for about 6 or 8 weeks. The public library building is very old, and it is very outdated. I've been in Troy for 27 years, and I've watched everything grow and develop, but not our library. So the library really needs to join the present time. It needs to accommodate the staff, our volunteers, our students, our schools, our community.
Ms. Bowen, thank you. That concludes your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Linda Bellion.
Also I-8.
I-8, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Linda Bellion, 27-year resident of Troy and current board member of the Friends of the TPL. I'm also a citizen concerned about use of our tax dollars. In 2020, a dedicated millage was passed to guarantee library funding. Specifically, it was a 1.1 mil for a 10-year period of time for the dedicated purpose of operating and maintaining the library and making capital improvements to the library building. Voters thought that meant we were going to finally get a Class 6 library, quiet study rooms, new areas, renovated youth and adult service areas. Sadly, I don't think it's going to happen. COVID, inflation, and huge price increases in labor and materials meant the long-planned youth services renovation was tabled. Our library is getting hit with constant repairs that just continue to eat away at any money we might have used for these improvements. The original building is 53 years old and is forced to continue spending good money after bad, chasing the repair demon that has moved in and rears its ugly head on a regular basis. Since last April, library administration has come before you to seek approval to spend over $450,000 for leaky skylights, to correct air quality issues due to improper HVAC, and to relocate IT switches to areas to make them safer. And now we need to spend $250,000, $250,000 for mold remediation. This is a city building that has over 300,000 visitors a year, clearly one of the most used public buildings in Troy, and there's a mold issue. We're fortunate that air quality wasn't seriously affected, and this issue did not happen overnight. Water's been getting into these ducts for perhaps years, and there was no way to know until it hit a critical level. What else could be going on that we're not seeing right now and we don't know about? And next time, will the public be endangered? How many hundreds of thousands of dollars will the next repair bill be? So how in good conscience can money be spent to make the library look better when behind the scenes the infrastructure is crumbling? So far, the city's been insulated from the brunt of these costs because of the millage. The funds have been available so far, but what happens when the funds are depleted? Who's going to step up and pay the bills then? Our library isn't sustainable as it is. If you look below the surface, and if you haven't, please ask library admin for a tour. They'd be happy to show it to you. You can see the leaky buckets, the buckets collecting the leaks, the lack of storage space and office space. Then check out other libraries. They're much better. 4 years ago, City Council approved ballot language for the millage. Mr. Mayor, in hindsight, perhaps you were correct, voting against the 1.1 mil ballot language. Your reason for voting no was because the millage stated it was for maintenance and capital improvements. You thought it should only be for maintenance and operations and not improvements. You wanted the city to look at maybe a major renovation. You wanted to have the city look at, quote, a new library in the semi-near future. You were concerned that the millage would have taxpayers take too much money to, quote, prop up an old building. When you wanted to look at a new building or a separate bond issue for major repairs, you voted no, not because you weren't supporting the library, but because you thought more was needed. Well, you were right. More is needed, and the time is now.
Thank you, Ms. Bellion. It's my understanding that the next several names signed up on this Section F are actually people who have signed up also for the Section L, because the items are not on the agenda. So I'm going to skip ahead, and if I miss somebody, we'll come back and fix it. So next up would be Marsha Bossenberger.
Good evening. It's been a while. During the Planning Commission meeting on January 9th, Mr. Sabadan was transparent to mention Gary Abatheria, owner of GFA Development, was given 3 extensions for the 14 3-story townhouses due to recent health concerns, COVID 2020, and the rise in building material costs. The 3 extensions were said to be approved by administration. I can appreciate being sympathetic with Gary's health. In 2018, Gary was approved for townhouses and immediately began clear-cutting the property, taking all trees and vegetation down to prepare to start the development. That was 5 years and 7 months ago. A lot has changed with zoning and the new and current master plan. Gary's extension expires June 12th. He stated in the meeting if he doesn't get approved for his PUD, he will be building the 14 3-story townhouses no matter what, and will knock down the 4 beautiful old homes with historical and architectural charm. I'm standing here today to question whether any extensions should have been granted when zoning has changed and the master plan is being tweaked. Owning any type of business is a risk. Walking out our front door and getting into a car is a risk. Being a developer is no different. It is a risk. May 22nd and June 12th of 2018, a handful of residents attended the planning meeting for the townhouses. A resolution was granted contingent to asking the neighbors to the east permission to plant landscaping on their side of the 15-foot easement, lighting schematics, and the approach from Square Lake. On January 9th, 2024, over 100 residents attended the PUD development meeting. Maybe in hindsight, not granting extensions, there could have been opportunity to have a clean slate with this node and save the charm of Troy Corners. I would like to ask that the city to consider revoking the extension. Gary obviously has a bigger plan in mind as he began to acquire more property, spending $1.2 million along Livernois. And now Gary has stated that he owns the 2 homes to the east on Square Lake, but that has not yet been verified. It has been 5 years and 7 months. Zoning has changed for height requirements, and the current master plan is being updated. I personally believe revoking the extension is the best answer to save our Troy Corners, an opportunity to listen to what the residents voiced on January 9th, and to incorporate the new and current zoning and master plan. Thank you, and I appreciate all you do to make our Troy city the best city on the map.
Thank you, Mrs. Bossenberger. Next up is Jeff Williams.
Hello, good evening. I'm Jeff Williams. I live at 159 Telford Drive. This is on agenda I-5 for the master plan. I would like to comment on any future developments at Troy Corners, Square Lake, and Livernois. I'd like to ask that this quiet historic feel area be limited to only 2 stories. We're asking that the approvals that were made to develop this node with 3-story condos in 2018 be changed to 2 stories or less. The 3-story condos next to Pepe's absolutely do not fit, and I would hate to see this happen again on the northeast corner. Also, please do not let the developer change the current R1B zoning going forward for the current and revised master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next up is Lisa Williams.
Hello. Nervous. Hello, my name is Lisa Williams. I live at 159 Telford Drive. I'm here to voice my concerns about the proposed development in the northeast corner of the neighborhood node at Square Lake and Livernois. It's formerly known as Q. If it's in the new master plan, it will be L. My concern is that in 2018, the developer got approval for 14 3-story condos, but never followed through with the project. Jump to 2024, he now owns 6 more parcels of land on that corner that are designated R1B. A PUD was submitted but was not approved by planning, but the fact remains that he has purchased the land and will proceed developing it by either reapplying for a PUD or using R1B zoning. I'm asking that you consider making a neighborhood node, we'll call it L if you proceed, a possible special area plan, which would be Chapter 10 in the master plan document, and make Troy Corners a historical area. You can also utilize the Oakland County Planning Resources Guide on page 11 of your agenda, which provides historic preservation assistance in conjunction with the Troy Historical Society, which is a great place. They can assist the developer with potential design concepts so it will properly transition this historic area. And I don't believe that the 3-story condo design is a proper transition for this area of Troy, nor do I believe that this section of the corner needs a high-density feel. High density is not the way to go in this area of Troy. It's got a place, but just maybe not there. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next up is Deborah Lui.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Deborah Lui. I am a 40-year resident of Troy and 34 years as a real estate broker. Save Troy Corners. First, I want to thank council members that kept their promises a little over 4 years ago by getting involved with the next master plan. I also want to thank Brent, Ben, and the planning commissioners for all the time spent on the neighborhood nodes for this new master plan. Why are we here tonight? We believe that our corner is unique, being the first corner of Troy. We understand we can't ask you to hold up the master plan because it's already been overdue by multiple years. We also understand the master plan is a vision statement and ordinances add laws to follow the plan. We do have issues, though, with the height and the size of the buildings that can be built within our node. Master plan states maximum 3 stories at the road. Our current ordinances state 3 stories at the road, 2.5 stories infill between the road and single-family homes. Rebecca, in the joint meeting, asked what was low-scale density. Was it duplex and triplexes? Ben said yes. Well, the building plan that was presented for the northeast corner had 4 to 6 to a building. We are asking maximum heights to be moved down to 2-story and the amount of units built together to reflect the low-scale density that was talked about in that meeting. We would like to work with Planning Commission to place an additional level of protection in the zoning for this particular neighborhood node to honor the historical nature of the corner. We believe this neighborhood node is unique in Troy and that others would not need similar consideration, i.e. design standards or whatever. We also want to just briefly, the meeting for the neighborhood node was in December. There was 0 participation from the public. No one showed up, and they had 6 emails. Compare that to 1/9/24 planning meeting when they had over 30-plus emails regarding our corner, and the house was packed with people concerning about saving our Troy corners. I also don't want to forget the safety of 1,600 children that go to the school within a half mile in 3 different schools, the keeping of our 2-lane roads, and also address flooding issues. Our old structures inform us about culture, history, values of the past. Our new buildings will have the ability to transform a neighborhood, but it's important to be concerned with the surroundings of the architecture and scale. We have no consistent scale with the new builds. We are pleading with council and also planning to establish a more inclusive plan with zoning ordinances that make sure our first corner will be a uniform, cohesive, walkable village. Thank you for considering our request. We have 120 members on Save Troy Corners, and there's a lot more, and we want to look forward to making this a village. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up is Ann Coleman.
Hello, I'm Ann Coleman, and I'm incredibly nervous. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for all the time and energy you put into creating the master plan. I'm here to address the master plan I-5, particularly Node L, as my neighbors have already addressed. I learned that when the Planning Commission voted against Gary Abatheria's development and the rezone for PUD development, I learned that he was going to come to City Council, or he expressed that he was going to come to City Council and ask for support. One of the great things that concerns me, even though I like the master plan as much as I could read, what concerns me is that the definitions aren't being clearly used. How Gary defines one of the words is different than how we understand those words to be. And I'm asking for City Council to participate with us, and we are all putting a lot of time, money, and effort into investigating this, understanding, learning. We're asking to work with you to create specific definitions and meanings of these definitions that support both the citizens who want their area developed a certain way and also the developers who are part of all of this. I'd like to point out that when we talk about the charm and quaintness of the neighborhood node, the deeds that of the historic homes or old homes that Gary Abatheria owns have deed clauses that allow for farming. And I'd like you to really think about and consider that the historic nature of that corner was a farming corner, which means green space. And that is a major concern for us. It comes down to the fear of density. 12 years ago, a traffic study was done with the city and the county road commission, and it was decided then that Livernois should not be widened and that money went to John R. If density increases, there will be likely a call for, I imagine the ripple effect would be a call for looking to see about widening Livernois again, which is a very expensive venture. Lastly, at the last zoning planning commission, some people got up and expressed that they were for the building, and I want to point out and have that the people who said that they were for and they thought that density was good, none of them lived near neighborhood node L. Everybody who said they wanted to keep R1B zoning lived near the neighborhood node. And lastly, I'll close with the fact that the neighborhood node has completed what it was designed and written to do, and that is bring four corners together, which we've done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. That concludes those, I believe, who have signed up to speak on an item on the agenda. There are, like I said, a list of names that have signed up in multiple places. Did anybody sign up? Honor System Plus I can verify that it has an agenda item to speak that I missed. Okay. Now is an opportunity for City Council or City Administration to respond and reply. I'd like to propose that as it relates to the library, I-8 and I-5, that we hold those comments and discussion until we move to those items. Is that fair with everybody?
Yep.
Okay. That said, we move on. There are no postponed items this evening. We move on to regular business. I-1 is board and committee appointments. First up are mayoral appointments. I have some mayoral appointments this evening that read very self-serving. So I'd like to move the appointment of Mayor Ethan Baker to the Global Troy Advisory Committee for a term expiring with my city council term expiration.
Support.
Moved by the chair, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, that we approve the appointment of Mayor Ethan Baker to the Global Troy Advisory Committee for the term expiring in November of 2027. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Motion carries. Next, I'd like to move the appointment of Mayor Ethan Baker as an alternate council member to the Local Development Finance Authority, LDFA, for the term that expires November 2027.
Support.
Moved by the chair, supported by Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranger, that we approve the appointment of Mayor Ethan Baker to the Local Development Finance Authority, LDFA, as an alternate council member for the term expiring November 2027. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes, motion carries. That concludes mayoral appointments this evening. We don't have any city council appointments, so I'll move on to I-2, board and committee nominations. Mayoral nominations are first. To the Board of Review, I'd like to move the renomination of Karen Greenwood to the Board of Review for the term that expires. Actually, it's not printed here. Let's see. However lengthy those terms are.
3.
Are they 3-year terms? So it would be January 31st, 2027.
Support.
Moved by the chair, supported by Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranger, that we approve the nomination of Karen Greenwood to the Board of Review for the term expiring January 31st, 2027. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Motion carries. That concludes mayoral nominations this evening. Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, are there any city council nominations?
Yes, there are, Mayor.
Go ahead.
To the Election Commission, I would like to move the reappointment of Stephen Sadler and reappointments of Stephen Sadler and Ray Watts for terms expiring 1/31/2025.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, supported by Councilmember Brooks, that we approve the renominations of Stephen Sadler and Ray Watts to the Election Commission for the terms expiring January 31st, 2025. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Krenga?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Another one, Mayor, thank you. To the Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees / Retiree Healthcare Benefits Plan and Trust / Volunteer Firefighter Incentive Plan Board, I'd like to move the reappointment of Councilmember Teresa Brooks for the term expiring at the end of her city council term.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, supported by Councilmember Chanda, that we approve the renomination of Councilmember Teresa Brooks to the Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees, Retiree Healthcare Benefits Plan and Trust, and Volunteer Firefighter Incentive Plan Board for the term that expires commensurate with her city council term. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Motion carries.
One more, Mayor. To the Traffic Committee, I would like to move the reappointment of Abby Swaminathan for the term expiring January 31st, 2027.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, supported by Councilmember Gunn, that we approve the renomination of Abhi Swaminathan to the Traffic Committee for the term expiring January 31st, 2027. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Motion carries.
That's all for today.
That concludes City Council nominations this evening. Next up is I3, a request for a closed session. All move be it resolved that Troy City Council shall meet in closed session as permitted by MCL 15.268H, MCL 15.243G, NUY, as printed in the agenda packet. Support. Moved by the chair, supported by Councilmember Hamilton, that we approve I3, request for closed session as read into the record and printed in the agenda packet. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes. Motion carries. At the conclusion of this public meeting, we'll recess from here and pick back up in closed session in the council boardroom and likely adjourn from there for the evening. Next up is I4, Troy Community Foundation, $100,000 donation for performing arts stage and budgeted amendment to the capital fund, and that'll be introduced by Kurt Bovenseep, our Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I know you have a packed agenda tonight. Most of the information is found in the memo, but as the Troy Community Foundation Executive Board announced when they did their presentation back in fall, that they had some very successful years with their biggest fundraiser, the Troy Family Days, and they wanted to donate $100,000 to the city of Troy to construct a performing arts stage in with the Gene M. Stein Community Park. Tonight, it's a great type of budget amendment because we're asking to receive that donation. Part of Council's policy adopted in 2016 for the naming and accepting these types of donations required that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board see this item first and then make a recommendation to City Council. They did see this item in November at their November meeting, and they were recommending to accept the donation of $100,000 and name the amenity the Troy Community Foundation Performing Arts Stage. The Troy Community Foundation will be responsible for any signage to that, and it would have to be approved by the City of Troy and, of course, follow our sign ordinance. This was an amenity that was originally designed in the original proposal of the expansion of Stein Community Park with the ice skating amenity in the pavilion. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints, we did have to value engineer that portion out. So it's very exciting that we're looking forward to actually going through with the original design, and you can see that in the memo and up on the screen. The location, we had a location. The infrastructure is available. We made sure that when we were in design for the pavilion that we had the available electricity and everything in the infrastructure to be able to support one day sooner than I thought, but that's great news to support the performing arts stage. We are looking at a mass timber structure to meet the consistency through nature for the Troy Pavilion site. An example of that is the Night Amphitheater in the Riverside Park in Auburn Hills. Approximate cost of that is $350,000. I am hopeful that through construction, we will have leftover contingency amount to support that or augment that $250,000 needed from the city to be able to complete this. But you would see that at a future council meeting to adopt a resolution to actually make that purchase and go forward with the installation. So today, we're just accepting the donation and naming it the Troy Community Foundation Performing Arts Stage. And before I let you go, I have some very personally disappointing news. We've worked very hard and had a tight schedule with the pavilion and ice skating amenity, and we are hopeful with that tight schedule to be able to ice skate this winter. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen this winter. We don't even have power out there yet. DTE has been very slow, even though we've submitted that over a year ago. There were some other constraints with some building materials, but fortunately, we did design this to be a 4-season amenity, so I look forward to other activities going on at this site, but it will be, ice skating will be next November. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kurt. DTE is an easy scapegoat on that one. So.
Use it where you can get it.
It is a 4-season amenity, so you know what? Maybe it's an even better thing to have it open, not with the ice skating. So, any questions about I-4? Go ahead, Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranca.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the update, Director Bovenseep. How confident are you with that additional $250,000 we need that would be covered by contingency? So we don't need extra funds. It actually is sort of that contingency that's already part of the project. I think for me, that's important for me to hear.
Sure, I am fairly confident. We've only used approximately $200,000 out of an almost $1 million contingency that council approved for the project. I think we're at a state of the project where the unforeseens have shown themselves. We just have a delay in schedule, but I don't expect any huge surprises that would require us to go really far into that contingency. So I'm fairly confident we'll have at least $250,000 left over out of that contingency amount.
And we're not committing any additional funds tonight anyway. If those contingency funds aren't available, we haven't authorized anything tonight. Right?
That is correct. That will be at a future council meeting with a recommendation to purchase and install the performing arts stage, and at that time we'll detail where the funds are coming from.
Councilmember Gunn?
Assuming by the 350, so you've already gotten the quotes and put this all together, and that's the amount that they've come up with?
That is correct, yes.
Good.
Additional questions?
Yeah, I mean, the same token, do you have a plan B for getting that $250,000, or is it mostly fairly confident that it is there?
Fairly confident. The issue becomes when we look at using this as a naming opportunity for the foundation. I'm not sure that they're going to want to share that with anyone else with their contribution. So we would have to get pretty creative to look other sources outside of additional large donations. But like I said, I'm fairly confident we'll have the contingency left over to supplement.
Yeah, and I really like naming the park, Troy Foundation Park, because that's a lot of people are not aware of the facility, things that they do, right? So thank you.
Additional questions? Someone like to move the resolution? Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranca.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move I-4, Troy Community Foundation, $100,000 donation for performing arts stage and budget amendment to the capital fund as printed in the agenda packet.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranca, supported by Councilmember Gunn, that we approve I-4, Troy Community Foundation, $100,000 donation for performing arts stage and budgeted amendment to the capital fund as printed in the agenda packet. Any further discussion? Right, the vote, Ms. Dixon.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranca?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Troy Community Foundation, and we look forward to contingency funding. All right, next up is I-5, City of Troy Master Plan 2040, and that'll be introduced by Brent Savadon, our Community Development Director, and I see that he's got Ben Carlisle with him from Carlisle-Wortman, who's a longtime planning consultant for this.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to introduce this and make about half the presentation, and then Ben's going to step in. So it's a two-headed monster. So this evening we're considering a draft master plan for your consideration for approval. We like to take an opportunity to educate those on council or those in the audience on the items that we're talking about. And so this is a primer. What's a master plan? It's a policy document. It's a general statement of the city's goals and policies. So it's a policy document that applies to land use and development in the city. And it provides a path for where the city is headed in the future in terms of land use and development. And it is the statutory foundation upon which zoning decisions are made. So just a reminder, the master plan is a policy document. It implements the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance is a regulatory document. It is law. It's based on the plan. The authority to develop a master plan is under PA 33 of 2008. It's known as the Michigan Planning Enabling Act. There's a requirement in that act that states that municipalities are required to review their master plan at least every 5 years to determine whether any amendments are required to the plan or whether the plan needs to be completely overhauled. So there was a finding made a few years ago where Planning Commission and City Council reviewed the master plan. They found that it was generally still relevant, related to city goals and policies, but it needed to be amended to update the look, the layout, update the introduction section, update outdated information, and in terms of issues, it was determined that we should look at the neighborhood node concept, and which is what the neighborhood node zoning district is based on. Review the intent of the nodes, look at each node individually, and provide design concepts to kind of illustrate what's proposed, what's intended for these nodes. So in terms of community engagement, I wanted to highlight some of the things we did. We started with a survey that was for the most part, it was online through a platform called SoGo Survey. It was advertised in the Troy Times. There was posters and flyers put all over the city, not only in public buildings, but also in private buildings at Starbucks and other coffee places, office buildings, et cetera. That's on the right is an example of the poster and the flyer that went up. There's a QR code. If someone has a smartphone, they could whatever it's called, take a picture or whatever, capture the QR code, and they could respond to the survey while they're drinking their coffee in a coffee shop. There was social media blasts that went out, and there was email blasts to 55 homeowner associations that register with the city. We also recognize that there's some people that don't have smartphones, so what we did is we printed out hard copies of the survey, which is on the right, and made hard copies available at the community center, at a kiosk, and we got a number of respondents through hard copy surveys for a total of over 1,600 respondents, and that information was presented to the Planning Commission during the process. Again, the neighborhood node concept was considered an issue that needed further study, so the Planning Commission scheduled and held 6 neighborhood node, we call them walk-in talks, that were very well attended by residents who lived in or near the 6 node locations that you see on the left. And City Council conducted tours of 3 nodes that you see on the left. The Planning Commission established a steering committee comprised of 4 members. They met 3 times at a public meeting that was advertised. The public was invited to attend and participate if they so chose. What the steering committee did was revise the node intent statements for each node. They looked at each individual node, revised the language, and provided direction to staff and to the consultant on the concept plans that were included in the draft. There was a City Council special study meeting, June 26th, specifically to talk about neighborhood nodes. Again, public meeting that was advertised. There was a 63 public review period established by state law. So what we did is we set up 3 kiosks, one at the Troy Public Library, where we had a poster with a QR code on it, where you could look up more information or download the plan. There was master plan information and a hard copy of the draft. A similar kiosk was at City Hall, and a similar kiosk was at the Troy Community Center, where we also included a comment box so those who didn't have smartphones could physically write on papers, put them in a comment box, and we could process all that information. So anyone attending any of these 3 buildings for over a 2-month period would have an opportunity to engage and to learn about the process. All this information was presented to the Planning Commission. We also had ongoing community engagement efforts. We set up a webpage. We set up a video series. On the right is a snapshot of a YouTube video that's available. The YouTube videos are posted on Facebook, Instagram, and obviously on YouTube. There were social media blasts. There were numerous press releases and numerous Planning Commission meetings, including a public hearing. And Ben's going to provide a summary of the changes that are in the master plan.
Thank you and good evening. And to the new 2 council members I haven't met before tonight, congratulations and look forward to working with you in the future. Director Savanant and I felt it was important to start this presentation tonight with the community engagement aspect. And the reason for that was we did have a very lengthy and robust community engagement process. I think we used more forms of media and outreach this engagement process than I think I've ever done any of our master plan processes. But it was important because it really impacted and reflected what the changes that were being proposed in the master plan before you tonight. As the director noted, there were really one area of focus that we focused on as part of this amendment, and that was in the neighborhood nodes. And the Planning Commission and the Steering Committee spent a lot of time on the neighborhood nodes, and they wanted to look comprehensively and holistically on the nodes, especially in light of recent developments in our experience that we've seen with the nodes since they've been implemented about 10 years ago. So 2 things they did was strengthen the overall neighborhood node intent statement, and they did individually review each node individually. With regards to the intent statement, the Planning Commission felt that the current language of the intent statement for the neighborhood node, and this is the intent statement for all the neighborhood nodes, it's an umbrella statement for all the neighborhood nodes, really didn't hit the mark of what the intent of what we're trying to achieve with the nodes are. And in summary, the Planning Commission found that these nodes are intended to serve the neighborhoods they abut. One of the feelings that we have felt from recent developments in other applications is oftentimes these nodes were islands located adjacent to the neighborhoods and weren't really integrated in part of the neighborhood node, or of the neighborhoods that they abut to. And so really the idea and focus was to bring these neighborhoods back into being complementary, accessory, and intended to serve the neighborhoods that they abut. And this was done through the idea of focusing again on mixed use intent that was tried to be encouraged with the neighborhood nodes. The intent statement recognizes that first floors should be commercial only, so that could be anything from service use, office use, retail use, etc. And limited residential should be permitted, but it should only be on second story. Residential should be an accessory land use component in the neighborhood nodes, and that's kind of contrary to what we've seen recently in many of the developments in the neighborhood node. And again, went on to further emphasize non-motorized connections, encourage creativity in open space, pedestrian elements, and landscaping, again, to complement and to connect the neighborhoods with the neighborhood nodes that they abut. And again, it was really important to stress transition. Obviously, the kind of dividing line between residents' concerns is that point of transition between the residential use or the higher intensity residential use, the commercial use, and the lower intensity single family. So we emphasize that multiple story buildings should be located along the major thoroughfare and not adjacent to the residential uses, again, to bring that scale away from the single-family uses, as well as emphasize landscaping and open space to serve as an additional buffer between these neighborhood node uses and the single-family residential attached or adjacent to it. So with that overall global vision of the intent revised, the Planning Commission and the Steering Committee actually went and reviewed each individual node in its own manner. And for each node, they revised the specific intent statement for each node based on the overall node intent statement revision, the historical past of that node, the current conditions, as well as the anticipated future vision. And again, all the nodes were updated to reflect those changes in vision of the neighborhood nodes. As part of the review, it was noted that there were 6 nodes that really were not applicable to remain neighborhood nodes, either due to current conditions or anticipated vision. And so 6 nodes were removed from the neighborhood node concept and will be dealt with in the zoning manner if this master plan is passed. Other changes made is we addressed the area on the north side of Big Beaver between Coolidge and Crooks. This was based on the direction from both the City Council, the Planning Commission, and residents and neighborhoods. So those reflect both the current land uses as well as the policy and vision of the city. Other updates is we did a refresh of the document. It hadn't been updated with regards to how it looks and feel in the last since the last update. So again, we changed the font, the pictures, the layout. We provide a stronger introduction between what a master plan is and what a zoning ordinance is and those connections, because oftentimes the general public doesn't understand that. It's a really important concept to understand as part of the application of the master plan. And again, it would serve as a planning and zoning primer, as well as, since the master plan hadn't been updated in a number of years, we updated demographic and other information, and that was all provided by both SEMCOG, the census, as well as all multiple departments. As required, there was a 63, in addition to the other public input, there's a 63-day public review period, which allows adjacent municipalities, utilities, as well as the general public.
Be right back.
I can keep going off top.
Let you pause, Ben. It's fine.
It's okay, we can pause.
IT's working on it.
Should we take a 5-minute recess? Do they need a few minutes? Or it's back?
There it is.
Continue?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So in addition to the public input that we talked about as part of the drafting of the plan, once the plan is in final draft, then it goes out for a 63-day public review period. And again, this allows opportunities for the public in large, as well as adjacent municipalities, utilities, et cetera, to make comments. The residents' comments, I believe we received 6 or 7 email comments from residents. They kind of formulated these 4 general topics: more pedestrian amenities, more open space, deal with traffic management, as well as either provide more housing or look at providing affordable housing. And when relevant, those comments were shared with the planning, they were all shared with the Planning Commission, but when relevant, they were incorporated into the revised draft accordingly. In addition, as required, Oakland County did a very comprehensive and thorough review of the plan. They had asked us to further incorporate and update census information, update SMART as Oakland County Transit information, as well as add the Michigan Natural Features Inventory to the plan. But they strongly endorsed the plan and felt that it was a very high-quality plan and fully supported it. So with regards to process, the Planning Commission, as required by the Enabling Act, held a public hearing on December 12th, 2023. At that meeting, no public spoke at the meeting. And at that meeting, the Planning Commission voted 8-0 to forward a resolution of approval recommendation to the City Council. So with regards to tonight, again, the Planning Commission made a recommendation of approval to the City Council. Tonight, the City Council may either adopt with amendments, or send back to the Planning Commission for further study. Excuse me. And that is conclusion, and we can answer any questions or address specific comments that we heard tonight with regards to Note L.
Thank you. Okay, procedure, questions, not discussion. Questions for, I'm going to start with Councilmember Gunn.
You mentioned, if I got this correctly, that it'd be 2 stories, right? I'm seeing a lot of the design of 3 stories.
So it's in here. So based on direction previously, this was done 3 or 4 years ago, we amended the zoning ordinance to state that adjacent to node development adjacent to a single family can only be 2 stories.
Okay.
However, there are nodes that are not adjacent to residential, and in those cases, we would permit up to 3 stories if it's a mixed-use development. So if the first floor is commercial, you can have 2 floors of residential above that. But that would only be in locations adjacent to major thoroughfares, as well as those parcels that are not adjacent to any single-family residential abutting property.
Was there any determination like as far as distance regarding adjacent? How would you?
It's a zoning ordinance definition, and abutting means physically next to another parcel of single-family zoning or land use.
Okay.
So, and Mr. Mayor, if I may, a lot of these changes that we are recommending, once and if the master plan is adopted, we will then go and codify the zoning ordinance to ensure that it's actual laws and regulations, not just policy. So the next step after this is to codify that first floor has to be commercial and codify that the residential is second floor and above, but we can't do that until and unless this master plan is adopted.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Craig. Thank you.
Perfect segue. So my question was, how many ordinance do you anticipate updating with if this master plan is approved now? And I won't have you try to describe all of them, but if there is a way to summarize the types.
The big comprehensive, and I wouldn't say comprehensive, the big change, and it will be more tweaking, is in the neighborhood node section. And that's one section of the ordinance. And I think we have very good direction in terms of what those amendments would be. And so based on, again, if this is passed, we could bring that to the Planning Commission in pretty short order. After that, there'll probably be some smaller changes that we'd recommend in the zoning ordinance. I don't have the number in front of me, but again, I don't think this will be a long process to bring those zoning ordinance changes back to this body.
Okay. Second quick question was, Michigan Planning Enabling Act. Every 5 years, we need to revisit this. When does that clock start ticking? If we approve it tonight, is it 5 years from now? Or this has been a very long process, and did that clock start ticking earlier?
If it were to be adopted tonight, it would start ticking tonight.
Tonight, okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. If we were to adopt with amendments, what does that process look like, and what's our timeline on that? I believe before previous discussions, we said that after the 63-day period, we could continue to deliberate and adopt and make changes and then approve them whenever we're ready. Is that accurate? Or if we did do a denial, it would then go back to Planning Commission? Because we'll get into this when we get into discussion, but I agree with a lot of what the residents were speaking about Node L, the Troy Corners, and I'd like to see those changes implemented as quickly as possible in the right way. I like the changes that are in here, so how would that adopted amendment or denial with telling Planning Commission what our objections are, how would that process look and what would the timeline look on that?
So if assuming you wanted to make some changes to the document, you could if the changes are relatively simple, change this word, change that word, it's something relatively simple, you could adopt the document this evening with the appropriate amendments, give clear direction to that. If it was of a scope or a scale where it was prudent to have the Planning Commission study it and propose revisions, you could send it back to the Planning Commission for further study, along with clear direction to assist them in those efforts. How long that would take with the Planning Commission would depend on how involved the amendments are. But they could do that. We've already met the 63-day period required by law. That direction, they could complete the task as directed by council and then come back with revisions before this body.
Yeah, I would say that changing a node to the level being discussed is probably more than just a, administrative. So it probably would be best to do that. It's just, this has been such a long time coming. It's been such a long process. And I pretty much agree with all the changes that have been proposed. But I just feel like we need a little more. And I feel like if we approve it tonight, originally I was like, oh, we should approve it and then continue the process of changing. But my concern is if we approve tonight, then the whole process is restarted, and to add those changes would take, years again. And I know legally they don't change until the zoning ordinance changes, and if we approve tonight, it probably will take another year or half a year to get those changes approved. So I just want to know what the path is to make the changes to that node as quickly as possible, and that's what I want to do.
So, may I, Mr. Mayor? We want to get this done as badly or more badly than you do. So I would hope that we can get this back in front of you in less than 6 months. The goal would be to prioritize this and get this thing done.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we're going to be ready tonight to have our list of, why we're sending it back, even if we decide we're not ready to accept it. So can we do that in 2 different steps, or would we have to postpone and then in a subsequent meeting provide our feedback, or can we deny and then provide the feedback at a later date? Or
Mayor. Attorney Lui.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I do agree that if it is a substantial amendment, that you really should send it to the Planning Commission, have the public hearing process for the Planning Commission as well. But no, if you, probably the best approach is to not take any action on it tonight, and unless you can articulate in the motion, but sometimes motions from the table are not as good as what we would like. So if that is the desire of a majority of council, and if you can provide some input, perhaps the item can come back at the next meeting.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, because it's like, I agree with this, but I don't want to create like a finality that delays the process of getting the other node amendments, and maybe some other tweaks of the nodes as well, and maybe the majority of council can articulate that. I can't do that tonight, but I'm just kind of debating different options.
Councilmember Brooks?
Thank you, Mayor. So one thing that I always struggle with changes that we make, how does it affect, because there's projects going on that are in different phases. So if we make a change and we say, yes, we want to adopt this, how does it affect some of the other projects that are already maybe progressing along already?
Is that a legal question? Safer?
I think that is a legal question, and if they are already approved, then the laws that were in existence at the time when they were approved would be governing. So whatever that was in place at the time when the project was approved.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick.
What if they're in process? Technically, when you get the application, that would be like the starting point.
Okay. So remember, this is a policy document and not zoning.
Right.
So this would, when this is approved, this will initiate changes to the zoning ordinance. So the law hasn't changed, the policy's changed. So those projects that are along through the development process, those were reviewed and approved under the zoning ordinance. So the ordinance hasn't been changed when the master plan is changed.
Yeah, it's not retroactive, essentially.
No. Well, yeah, the quick answer is there's no effect, is the quick answer.
But to that point, we can't make regulatory changes in the zoning ordinance until the policy of the master plan has been adopted.
Right.
So that's that would be the delay, would be postponing the master plan to a certain date, and then we'd have to come back and wait to the zoning ordinance changes afterwards.
So there's no requirement saying we can't delay this for reasons that you articulated. There's no statutory requirement saying we can't do it. At the end of the day, it's your document. So if we want you to adopt a document that you like every word of the document. So the only thing impacted, as Mr. Carlisle indicated, is we're not going to start making any tweaks to the zoning ordinance. But, like I said, we'll turn it around as quickly as we can.
Go ahead. Question?
May I ask a more pointed question, if I may? So, what was talked about with Node L was Abathur's project. Whether we were to pass this tonight or delay it, my understanding is that would not have any bearing on Abathur's project, because the process, though it's not been approved, but the process has started under a previous plan. Is that correct? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yes, that's correct. And also, just remember that before you this evening is consideration of a draft master plan. The project that I believe 5 neighbors spoke on is a planned unit development application that includes a small portion of his project is currently zoned neighborhood node, but the majority of the project, I believe, is currently zoned R1B, one family residential, and that is not zoned neighborhood node. So while I understand their concerns, they are related in a sense to the master plan. They're 2 different items under consideration.
Hold on, Mark. In that respect, Brian, did you want to speak to the extension requests regarding the 2018 14 3-story townhome units and the process your department uses for that?
Yeah, the site plan in question is that portion of the project currently zoned neighborhood node. It's on the north side of Square Lake. It's east of Livernois. Mr. Abathira was granted preliminary site plan approval in 2018. Preliminary site plan approval is good for 3 years, so it would expire in 2021. In the 3-year period, the applicant is required to seek and to submit for final engineering. He's done that. He's got the engineering is on file with the engineering department. He's been granted a total of 3 extensions, but again, he's already invested significant monies in not only the approved plan, but also the final engineering drawings. Extensions are granted for various reasons. I can tell you that during COVID, it dramatically impacted the development industry. It affected the ability to hire workers. It affected the supply chain. It affected costs. So there were probably, I would say, more administrative extensions granted post-COVID than at any other time in my 22 years here. This was consistent with other extensions that were granted, and he's also, within the last year and a half, has battled some medical conditions and spent over 60 days in a hospital. It was the right thing to do as zoning administrator. I stand by it, and I hope it answers your question.
That's fine. That was my question. I have another question too regarding a special area plan, historical district. When you heard one of the residents mention perhaps the inclusion of making what is now supposed to be neighborhood node L as a special area plan with historical district qualities. Can you speak to that specifically and what that process is?
So in Troy, we regulate historic properties through Chapter 13, historic preservation. So there's a designation process. The PUD in question, again, this property is the 3 houses that are part of the proposed to be preserved as part of the PUD are zoned R1B, one family residential, so they're not in the node, but in Troy, Chapter 13 Historic Preservation designates individual properties. We don't have any districts per se. We have individual properties, so there's the potential, I suppose, for applying for designation for those 3 homes, but there are standards that are in place for determining whether those are appropriate to be designated or not. And furthermore, it's also important to involve the owner of the property to make sure that they're okay with the designation, because there's limitations placed on the property once it's designated.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. We do have special area plans in the master plan now. There's 3 of them. They're much larger in terms of a geographic area than one single intersection. They're Maple Road, they're North Troy, and they're Big Beaver. I think if you actually look at the intent language that we put in the node we're talking about, I think we hit a lot of the concerns and questions that the people are raising. We talk about preservation of historic features and structures there, talk about transition, talk about low scale uses, low intensity uses. So I think we hit a lot of the marks that the residents have raised with regards to that specific issue. So I'm not sure that a special area plan would be the appropriate tool. But we can certainly go back and work with the Planning Commission and the residents on the language for L as it's currently drafted as part of the neighborhood discussion. But I do think we did try to, this was one of the areas we focused on. We had the Planning Commission did a neighborhood walk here, and I think the council also did it. So we did focus a lot on this node and tried to hit it as well as much as possible as part of this draft. And I think we did that, but I recognize there's some additional concerns from the residents.
Councilmember Gunn, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask on that, the Square Lake and Livernois, you said part of it is zoned that he could do part of this, but the other part he can't. So basically, right now, he can only start, but he wouldn't be able to complete it? Is that what I'm understanding?
So the site plan that was approved in 2018 is a 3-story townhouses, 14 units. And I forget what year it was, 2020 or 2021, the maximum height in the neighborhood node was reduced from 3 stories to 2 stories. So the reason the extension I believe, is an issue with some of the neighbors is because if that site plan were to expire, the height would be in violation with the zoning ordinance because it only permits 2 stories at this time.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Councilmember Chanda, do you have a question?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, if we simply eliminate the node, is that going to answer the residents' concerns? Because it sounds like it's only a small part of the development is governed by the zoning ordinance for the nodes. Is it correct? Or?
So your question is about height?
No, if we simply eliminate that node N or L, whatever, is that going to change anything? And
I think you'd have to speak to the developers. So I can't speak for him, but my guess is developers develop, and he's acquired properties for the purposes of development, and he's gonna.
No, I guess my question is it going to affect the zoning ordinance if we simply eliminate the node?
It will, because presently most of the corner is classified neighborhood node in the master plan, and it's also zone neighborhood node in the zoning ordinance. So if we eliminate the neighborhood node classification in the master plan, we've got to amend the zoning ordinance to be consistent with the policy for that node.
But only that small portion that's part of the node.
That's correct.
Okay, so still, majority of the development will still be governed by whatever is outside, which is R1.
Well, it's going to have to be zoned something.
Okay.
And most of that node is, for the most part, most of that node is developed. There's not much area that's not developed, and one of the small pieces that's not developed is the piece we're talking about right now.
Okay.
I think it's the redevelopment that concerns neighborhoods, though, right? Councilmember Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor. When, and if you don't know this off the top of your head, that's fine, but when was the zoning ordinance changed to add that node originally, which would mean when it legally changed that?
So the master plan was comprehensively updated in 2008, which created a neighborhood node concept, and then created the policy for that. And then in 2011, the zoning district was created, including that node.
So legally, the ability to get that preliminary site plan approval was really done in the 2011 update. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Do you have a question? Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick.
I do. I know that there are residents here tonight from the node at Square Lake and Livernois, and yes, this is in my mind, and I've been looking at this. The other group of residents who aren't paraded in here to talk, and frankly didn't come to Planning Commission for the hearing, are from the Waddles and Crooks node. I'm either to blame, or you should be grateful to me that I have said to them, we know your concerns and we're here to represent you. And otherwise, I think there'd be 5, 6, 10, 15, 20, 30 of those folks here tonight. So there's 2 prominent nodes that we as representatives of the residents, our role in this, have been hearing about. When you listed the hearings, the public hearings and whatnot, one that went on in 2019 outside the scope of City Hall was a whole group of residents begging and pleading with us to do what we can to better manage that node. And at the study session, I asked this question, and I have to ask it again. What is the benefit of that staying a node versus removing the node at Waddles and Crooks and putting it back to residential zoning? Is there a reason, what benefits the residents by us in our final decision keeping that a node versus removing it like we have some of the other nodes and putting it back to what it originally was? Does that make sense?
Are we talking about specifically the northwest portion of the node?
We're talking about that entire intersection.
The entire thing?
That whole intersection. And this can sound like NIMBY. You know, the residents that are here tonight from Square Lake and Livernois, the residents that talk to us about Waddles and Crooks, there are also residents in other areas of the city who actually also say, it comes to us from multiple places, and I've been around long enough and done enough approving of projects. I know when it feels different than NIMBY. So my question is, how's the city, even if you don't live at that intersection, benefiting from that being a node versus being removed from a node? How is Square Lake and Livernois benefiting from it being a node versus being removed as a node? Where we could use other tools like conditional rezoning, PUD discussions with developers. Not that we want to absolutely discourage development, but where we enforce really thoughtful development with the developer.
So we're talking about two different nodes with different characteristics. As I indicated, I drive both nodes quite a bit, but the Livernois and Square Lake one I tend to drive more. That node is, the portion that's zone node is practically built out with the exception of Gary's piece and a piece behind John's Party Store parking lot. But it's for the most part built out, and it's very commercial and office in character. I mean, on one corner, retail strip center, former PNC Bank that's been retrofitted, offices and a retail, like an office strip. On the other corner, and a gas station, Pepe's, some offices along Square Lake, and then south of that, we've got the 43-unit Tisdale 3-story townhomes. So again, mostly built out and the character was established. And also some historic homes, historic buildings that have been delisted. Some have been moved, but the corner of Waddles and Crooks, as you know, is significantly different in character. And perhaps to answer your question, it's best to go back to when it was first conceived in 2008. The Planning Commission, I forget which member or which members felt it was important, but there was numerous members, obviously a majority of members, that thought it was important to push that neighborhood node concept further to the west at that intersection and establish that node there. Because at the time, the intent of the nodes was to encourage and provide for mixed-use development, provide services, jobs, places to spend money, residential mixed use. We perhaps naively thought that by permitting it in Troy, this concept was going to take off, and we're going to have these fabulous true mixed-use developments at these intersections all over the city. And that node actually delayed the project a little bit because there was some pushback from internally with the Planning Commission, and it delayed it for about a meeting. But the goal was well intended. It was you know, there was Planning Commission members who lived in that area and said, I'm tired of having that. If I need milk, I've got to drive, you know, to Livernois, or I got to you know, drive to a considerable distance. It'd be great to be able to walk or take my bike or not go as far, and also provide housing options, more dense kind of housing options, et cetera, et cetera. So that was kind of the genesis of it, and at the time it made a lot of sense. But as I'm trying to get to the point here.
Take your time, it's good, I'm here.
As we've gone through this process, we realized that these things didn't evolve as true mixed use to the extent that we hoped they would. And developers, I've said this publicly, I've got relationships with developers, they're not a very creative bunch in Southeast Michigan. So, you know, the residential developers do residential, commercial developers do commercial, and hardly anyone does true mixed use. So we just haven't seen the types of projects we're hoping to see. So that's where a lot of the pushback comes from, because, like Ben said, they're islands that they tend to not benefit the residents as much as they could because they're not true mixed use. Did you want to add anything to just my very long-winded response?
I'll hopefully be briefer. Councilmember Hodrick, this is the one we struggle with the most. And over time, we struggle with this one the most. And I'll kind of reiterate the answer I think I gave last time is every parcel in the city has to be future master plan for something. And it has to be zoned for something. If you take away the neighborhood node and designation, you rezone to something else. If you rezone to residential, that's not a single-family residential, I think you'll have some of the same concerns and issues that we have today, whether it be an apartment, townhome. So to address a lot of the neighborhood concerns, it would be going back to single-family residential. And I'll defer the city attorney on what happens if that's the case, but there could be some potential challenge with that, and I'm not sure single-family residential, due to the size of the parcels, et cetera, would even be built there or work there. So what we've tried to do through neighborhood node zoning and in the future land use plan is understanding the concerns of the residents is to amend the zoning so it's less impactful in support of to the adjacent neighborhood. Because if it went to a non-single family residential district, we would lose a lot of the zoning control that we have with the nodes. If it's a commercial district, it could be taller. The buildings could be set back from the street, adjacent, closer to the actual properties, to the residential themselves. You could have you could allow a drive-through use in those areas. So I agree with you. It's one we struggle with. I'd love to do it through conditional rezoning, through a plan unit development. The problem is you have to zone to something, and when you zone to something, there are underlying zoning rights that are afforded to that district that you can't get around through a PUD process or through a conditional rezoning. And so we struggle with this one, and we felt that right now, unless the direction of this city council and the planning commission is to literally rezone it back to single family, we think the neighborhood nodes designation gives us the best protection to advance the goals and protect the adjacent properties to it.
So I'm processing, I'm tracking, and I'm glad for the conversation. If I can follow up with a question. Is it an option? Legal considerations, you're just talking to me as a planner. I'm representing the residents. City attorney is not listening. Is there any reason we couldn't remove it from the node and restore it back to single-family residential?
The Michigan Planning Enabling Act gives communities the ability to plan.
And that's what this is.
This is a plan. You have the authority. This is a planning, not a city. This is not. I'm not speaking as an attorney, just as a planner. You have the authority under the Michigan to if you meet the requirements of the law, you go through the process like we have. You can master plan that reasonably as you see fit. It's your plan, so you could do that.
Okay, one more follow-up. So putting a developer hat on. I'm looking at properties there, they're single-family residential. I have an idea of maybe some cool bungalows or something. I don't want to, something, can I come and ask for a rezoning then? Is that the tool the developer can use to evolve that land if it fit? But our vision now would be this. And then they could come and ask for conditional rezoning?
Well, anyone can seek rezoning of any parcel, but we're going to look at the master plan and see what the policy is for that parcel. And if we master plan that parcel single-family residential, and the applicant comes in and says, I think this would be great apartments, I want to seek multifamily residential, you're going to deny it because it's inconsistent with the master plan.
Okay. Not sure I think that's a bad thing. Based on?
I'm not sure that's historically what's happened either, but whether it's clusters or not. Can I ask a follow-up question? Neighborhood nodes, the concept, I think the concept of neighborhood nodes in a vacuum are fantastic. Always have. If we were starting with a brand new city, great. Mm-hmm. They made sense in 2008 to try to do something unique. The question I have, and it's rhetorical, but I'm asking it because listening. Does it make sense now to have these neighborhood nodes? And I think that's the question that I'm faced representing residents and developers who are butting up against residents, council members. Do these neighborhood nodes whether at all or in their current form make sense? And I know we've made some adjustments with this language. Some of these locations, I'm not sure if there's only one, do they make sense at Square Lake and Livernois? Do they make sense at Crooks and Waddles? Do they make sense at, the map's not up there, really anywhere along the east side of the city that's already built out with shopping centers, gas stations, drive-throughs, all of the commercial projects you've already talked about? And that's where I'm finding myself today, is do they make sense today, 2024, when we are given an opportunity in my 9th year, in your 11th year? That's where I'm at this point. So if you want to try to answer that, you can add any color, but
I would say that we asked the Planning Commission the same question, and the answer to the question is in the draft document. So they think that the nodes make sense from a policy standpoint with tweaks, with the tweaks that you see before you this evening. But that's the Planning Commission's draft that they're authorized to develop and present to City Council, and you as the elected officials have the authority to send it back for more consideration, with direction, if you so feel.
And I think the planning commissioners, I've had conversations with them, I've watched meetings. I don't know that they were of the mindset that they could make such a vast change in this document. They were limited in scope to, let's tweak some of the neighborhood nodes, because this is a 5-year update. And they removed some of them, yes, but I don't know how much of a broad mandate they felt they had coming from us, which is on us, I would say.
Right.
But so just to counteract that a little bit, I think that's a concern that I have. Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick.
Just one more follow-up. 6 of the nodes were removed, as I recall, because the areas are already developed. Square Lake and Livernois, you're just saying to me, what's in the node is basically done, except for that one little patch. So, just to put you on the spot more, I'm sorry, this is our chance, though. We get 2 chances to really do our job with this. And for the people watching, this is a consequential decision-making night for the city. So we're taking our time. And we're trying to speak resident while you speak planning to us and sort this out. And I appreciate you for doing it. So Square Lake and Livernois, we pull that node out. What does that do? How does it help the residents to keep it in the node? How does it hurt it if we pull it out of the node?
City Manager Miller put his hand up. So
well, since I am a professional planner, I'm going to give these guys a little break.
Okay.
The thing is if you do want to get rid of the nodes, this is going to have to go back because all of the areas you're going to have to plan for those areas that won't have nodes. So it will be it will significantly delay the process. That's okay if that's what you want, but it will. The one thing I think maybe Brent and Ben aren't saying is that if you get rid of the nodes and the corresponding zoning for that node, and you have to fill it in, and if you think you can always just simply insert single-family residential, the problem is that really justifiable in that location? And then what you potentially could do, is create uncertainty, because your single-family residential could be considered reasonably not appropriate by other people, and they would then challenge us, and then you could have situations where then it could end up being a lawsuit and uncertainty occurs. So I guess what I'm saying, if you don't want the nodes, that's great, that's okay, but you're going to have to give the Planning Commission and the planners time to then decide what is appropriate to go in that location. Because I will warn you, just always simply saying go into single family it can block, but it also can create uncertainty if it's unreasonable. Does that make sense?
But specifically Square Lake and Livernois, which is already commercially developed in that node. Waddles and Crooks is different because there is residential there and a lot of residential near it. Square Lake and Livernois is largely commercial. Why are we keeping it in the node? I guess is the question.
So when we did the walk and talks with residents, I remember when walking on I've got dyslexia when it comes to directions. I got to draw northwest corner where there's a large retail strip center with parking basically between the corner and the retail strip center, which is L-shaped, and commenting how everything has a life, right? Like buildings aren't built forever, and that building has been there a long time, long before I started here 22 years ago, and we did a neighborhood node walk and talk, and we talked about if this were to be developed as retail today, it would be flipped. The building would be closer to the road, and the parking would be behind it. So that building would relate closer to the street. And the reason I say that is, since the neighborhood node walk and talks in 2022, the PNC drive-through bank is no longer. It was a functioning drive-through bank at the time, but now it's being converted, or it has been converted, to a rehab clinic, and they're no longer using the drive-through. So like things change. So I'm not suggesting that the retail center is going to flip anytime soon, but it would affect the development potential of that if it were to remain neighborhood node and it were be redeveloped. That relationship with the building would be closer to Square Lake and Livernois at that time.
Are you saying that's a good thing? Because that's what people don't like at that neighborhood. I'm sorry.
Well,
I think people don't want that closer to the street.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So what we heard from both council and from the Planning Commission was proximity to the street is okay. Sometimes 10 feet's a little bit too close, maybe 15 or 20 is better. But the reason that that three-story building that everyone complains about, the massing of that 3 stories is significantly higher than if it were to be 2 stories at 10 feet. If it were 20 feet back, and I heard also brick versus siding, that more glass, more brick, like there was some design considerations. So we actually stood there. I know I stood there with those who were on the council at the time, and we specifically talked about design and how impactful the design of the existing building was versus what it could have been. Do I think it would be a good thing with new investment that's closer to the street? If done right, I think it would, because it would lend to walkability and strengthen that relationship, especially if they were designed and constructed in a kind of a historic way to complement the character. It could be awesome. Certainly better than a parking lot.
But what's the protection what's the direction that would, if we're going to talk about historic way, that was my earlier question. Yeah. Yes, I agree. I think the residents would agree. If that was a low-scale, historic-looking, development representative of Troy Corners, which it has its name, we might as a city appreciate that more, but that wouldn't be guaranteed by anything we're doing tonight. And I think that's one of my concerns, but sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you were about to say something on that.
Real quick, we often talk about form with the form-based district, and obviously, but we tend to also let's focus on uses. So the general commercial, so form-based it's pretty limited in terms of impactful uses. It's commercial, it doesn't allow drive-throughs, doesn't allow gas stations, doesn't allow automobile-oriented uses. If you rezone it to another district, a general commercial district, it would have more impactful uses with regards to what would be allowed by the underlying zoning. So it's important to remember that form-based districts, again, are intended to be a low impactful use than that would be in a general or commercial district as well.
So
Councilmember Gunn.
Can I just clarify?
Go ahead and clarify.
Speak to me like I'm in kindergarten. So the node is lesser.
So the node doesn't permit what in our world is a higher impactful use, such as a car wash, drive-through. Those types of uses are not permitted in the nodes. So if, again,
thank you.
It's developed as commercial, it's probably not likely to be rezoned to single-family residential. So it's probably going to be zoned to some commercial district.
Right.
And those other commercial districts would allow a more impactful use than what the nodes would allow. So again, it's hard to talk about them in a vacuum. You have to look at the specifics about if not this, then this, and what are the impacts. Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Gunn.
So the nodes allow commercial on the first level and then residential on the second. This question maybe for City Council and for you. Can we table it, come up with our suggestions, and then would it go back to Planning Commission?
Sorry.
Well, the process would require it to go to the Planning Commission, and then they would have a hearing on it.
I guess the question is what we can approve as is written tonight. We could approve with minor amendments, change the word "these" to "those," which we're not clearly talking about tonight. The process for rejecting this plan as drafted and sending back to the Planning Commission with either further areas for them to study that we're pushing, how specific to those does that need to be coming from us? I need you to look at proposed neighborhood node L and tell me X, Y, and Z? Or is that we have extreme concerns about the continued use of neighborhood node at Square Lake and Livernois and Crooks and Waddles, and we would like to have you further study alternate ways of making that more amenable to the residents of the city of Troy? I mean, which is the...
Well, I suppose the best way to answer it is clear direction, whatever that may be. I know maybe there's other issues other than specifically what we're talking about this evening, but whatever direction puts the Planning Commission in a position to succeed with your request. Clear direction. It doesn't have to be so detailed as to microanalyze every word, but clear direction to assist them in their task.
And I think that goes back to Councilmember Hamilton's earlier statement. He's not sure he could give clear direction tonight. So does that mean procedurally we bring this back at the next meeting to provide the clear direction? Or is there an alternate means we don't have an ability to give clear direction outside of sitting at this table, right? City Manager Miller?
So the mayor, I was giving this some thought that you could obviously, postpone this, and you could think about what those changes are. You could transmit them to the city attorney and we could help them craft a resolution for your consideration. I'm not sure if the next meeting, which is 1 week away, if that's too tight or not. And I know that there's some council member that may not be here on that day. So then the next meeting is February 19th after that.
So I'll ask council.
I mean, don't we need a kind of a study session to decide on? I mean, that's almost to a point we are going back to deciding what to suggest, right? And I don't think we can do that in an open meeting like this.
I think we've had a study session for a bit in the past.
Yeah, a long time ago, long before I was.
Which is, I think we can, I agree, I hear what you're saying, and I mean, I think we could individually submit some ideas to administration, and they could funnel that into, and they've done that in the past, and take our thoughts. And is that something council would give consensus to do at this point?
I think so, yeah.
Reggie, welcome. Councilmember Hamilton?
Yeah, I would just say we can all give our individual suggestions, but ultimately we'll have to, majority decide, which ones will go through, of course. But I think everything I've heard here tonight is, I don't think I've heard anything I disagree with tonight from council, so we're probably on the same page, but that's what the process would be.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, did you have something to add?
I had words for when I voted. And this isn't technically a question.
Not a question mark at the end.
I had a question mark at the end to make it sound like one. I want to be really clear that my appreciation for the Planning Commission, and I know we all feel this way, the Planning Commission, you guys as planners, I mean, the 5-year review of the master plan is something we kept telling people who were giving us input, well, we can't make these changes until we do the 5-year review. And you guys have done a tremendous amount of work to bring us to this point. This is a good thing, right? That we are having this dialogue. Would it be great if we could check this off and move on? Yeah, we'd all kind of not like to think about it anymore, but we really need to. And I hope that you all, and I think you do, and Planning Commission can appreciate that when we're doing the work, we're out in the face of the community, that this night is very significant to our residents. And it's our job to really, really, with the full force of our beings, to the best of our ability and as much as the process allows, represent their desires. And further, our residents are asking us to look at this closely, not in the scheme of NIMBY. They're great with the Rochester Road and Long Lake development that's going on. The PUD approved at Long Lake and Crooks, the same residents talking about Waddles and Crooks, they get it. They understand it, and they felt Planning Commission did a great job. What we're doing on Big Beaver, people nod, they get it. It's these specific areas, and it's to benefit, they're giving input because they care about not just their backyard, but the whole city, the look and feel, the ability to travel the roads. And my question is, can you please make sure that Planning Commission and the Planning Subcommittee understands this isn't us working against them, this is us taking the great work they've done so far with resident input, and for a city that deserves it, this is a really high-quality city. This is our chance, because it's another 5 years before we have another bite at this apple. That the delay isn't a bad thing, it's getting this right. And I hope it can feel less burdensome and more of an opportunity. On behalf of our residents and our developers, that's my hope, and I guess I want to ask, can you please make sure you convey that?
Many of the planning commissioners watch your meetings, but we'll convey that. This is how the process works. This is all good.
Okay. Thank you.
As long as you give us clear direction.
In that line, City Manager Miller, you were pointing to City Attorney Bloom. Where would one of you or both of you come up with how you want us, when you want us to provide comments to you by, and set that forward?
But I would suggest that you send it to both of us, and hopefully by the end of this week.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, by the end of this week. Yes? By the end of this week?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, there's not going to be a 30-slide presentation the next time we talk about that. That's okay with you?
Could be a whole new council, Brent. We got to start over, yeah. All right, I apologize to everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
So hot here, take your shoes off. I'm sorry, it's been so hot.
It is warm in here. It is warm in here.
It was awful.
Did you try putting water?
No, I just tried to home for like a couple hours.
Okay, we are back on the record. Will you hand it to the city clerk, please? It's my understanding that we've had a request to, oh my. More than 4.
Yeah, that's way more than 4.
I'll ask council. There was a request to advance the public comment from school-age children who had to go to bed early. I was told it was 4 or 5, but this is a list of 10 or 12. Is there any appetite from council to waive the rules to allow them to speak now, or should we continue with the regular course of business?
Are they already signed up?
I haven't cross-checked the names, but I believe they had already signed up.
I have no issue if they...
All right, it's disruptive to our city business, but I'll make a motion to waive the rules to advance the public comment of the people listed here who are represented to be school-age children that need to go home and go to bed. That's what was represented to me. And we'll continue up with that public comment. These list names right here, and before we continue with I-6 regular business.
Support.
Moved by the chair, supported by Councilmember Gunn to approve the motion just read into the record. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Craigna?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes, motion carries. All right, we will continue with public comment for items not on the agenda to this limited list of names, which I will read through the record. I do expect you to go home and go to bed after this if we waived our rules. Same rule as 3 minutes. It's not a time for applause. It's a time to speak to the council as a whole. We will absolutely listen to you. We recognize you've been here listening to our city business, which has been a long night so far. So that said, first up is Katie Austin.
Hi, my name is Katie Austin. I lived in Troy, Michigan for the majority of my life now. I received my whole middle school and high school education here. I am now imploring the City of Troy council members that we have voted and elected for to introduce and pass a ceasefire resolution. With our American tax dollars, we send funds in the billions to Israel and watch them carry out genocide on the Palestinian people. More than 26,000 Palestinians have been killed, with children making almost half of these deaths. According to Save the Children, more than 10 children per day on average have lost one or both of their legs in Gaza since the bombardment started. It's reported that Israeli soldiers have used bulldozers to bury Palestinians sheltering outside a hospital alive. They have bombed maternity wards, UN-run schools, and civilian buildings, massacring displaced Palestinians sheltering in these supposedly safe locations. There is not a single place in Gaza that's safe. Palestinians are being starved by Israeli blockades, incredibly vulnerable to infectious diseases they can't treat without access to medicine. Even basic medical supplies, water, food, fuel, electricity. Doctors perform surgery on bombing victims, children, on floors, on unclean, unlit floors without anesthesia, another resource being cut off from them. Please take a minute to even try imagining the absolute pain and anguish the people of Palestine are being subjected to at this very moment, with zero consequences from the international community. We need an immediate ceasefire now. Join our family in Detroit, Ypsilanti, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, and Canton, and prioritize humanity. Do everything in your power to stand against these horrors and stand in solidarity with Palestine. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, please, no applause, folks. I appreciate Ms. Austin coming forward and speaking very well, but please follow our rules and don't applaud. Next up is Erej Najan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erej Najan, and I'm a current high school student in Troy. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Troy City Council for allowing its people to voice their opinions. From my first entry in Troy as a kindergartner to now as a senior, I've been immersed in a vibrant community that consistently advocates for crucial issues such as women's rights, environmental conservation, accessible healthcare for all, and dedication to the well-being of its youth. However, I'm concerned about the silence I've seen from our community on the crisis in Gaza. For those of us who are feminists who protested for women's abortion rights during the case of Roe v. Wade, or were baffled that Barbie didn't win an Oscar this year, where are we now when the miscarriage rates due to insufficient health care have gone up 300%, or when women and girls are using literal scraps of fabric ripped off of tents as menstrual products? Our passionate environmentalists, like many of our amazing teachers and youth, advocating for saving the earth and reducing global gas emissions. Where are we now when the level of white phosphorus used over the past 100 days has devastated the air and ground in Gaza? Where are we now when in the first 2 months of this man-made catastrophe alone, over 6,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions have been released into the environment by the amount of bombs dropped? To my aspiring practitioners of medicine just like me, whether involved in a club like HOSA or a pre-med college student, where are we now when medical workers just like who we want to be are working nonstop, treating patient after patient with limited time and supplies? Where is our support during the unlawful attacks on Gaza's medical facilities, which unfortunately no longer exist because the last one was just demolished? For the parents, fortunate enough to have safety to raise beautiful and loving children, where are we now when over 10,000 children have been brutally blasted to pieces, children who are no different than our own? I would like to end my speech by saying if none of the groups I mentioned today resonate with you, I still have one more that applies to everyone in this room and everyone in the city of Troy. As human beings, the suffering of the humans in Gaza is relevant to us. We, as the city of Troy, must speak up and call for a ceasefire. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Thank you for coming forward this evening. Next up is Rebecca Austin.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Austin. I'm standing here today asking you all to have compassion for Palestine. What's happening in Palestine right now is a genocide. There's no other way to describe it. Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed. I am a Christian. I love God, and I have always believed in the core values of Jesus: compassion, justice, and love for all. So believe me when I say that my heart has broken into pieces over the genocide in Palestine. Christians in Gaza are nearly extinct. Entire families, bloodlines that might have known Christ himself are dead. Regardless of religion, this is an issue that affects us all, even in Troy. America is using the taxes that we are paying, you all are paying, to help fund the genocide. Billions of our hard-earned money is being spent on weapons used against Palestinians. Palestinian people, including my brothers and sisters in Christ, are being endlessly slaughtered every second of the day. Over 26,000 Palestinians are dead. 70% of those people were children, and that number is unfortunately still rising the more we sit on this issue. 2 mothers die every hour in Gaza. Can you imagine how much violence they face at any moment? We in Troy have so much privilege to be free from senseless danger like that. You and I are all safe. Palestinians are not. Please, I implore you, introduce and pass a ceasefire resolution. Use your positions of power, the one that we as residents have voted you into, to stand with the Palestinian people. Everything we do, even from here in Troy, has an impact. Join Detroit, Hamtramck, Canton, Ypsilanti, and other great Michigan cities in their effort to oppose this genocide. Introduce and pass a ceasefire resolution immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rayan Sayed.
Good evening, everyone. In the words of Palestinian British surgeon Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitta, in order to do inhumane things to humans, you have to dehumanize them. And in order to kill 10,000 children, you have to unchild them. You have to build a rhetoric that these 10,000 children are not the same as 10,000 children killed in Berlin or Paris or London or the USA. My name is Rayan Sayed. I was born and raised in the wonderful city of Troy. It was a home, a haven, a sanctuary of peace, inclusivity, and diversity. I grew up surrounded by friendly neighbors, the best teachers, schools, and mentors, and it is a blessing that I am forever grateful for. Yet recently, my perception of the world has been changing. As a child, I was taught values of empathy, equal opportunity, and morality, and I cannot remain a silent spectator of injustice and cruelty because of these values that I was taught as a child. For young men and women my age, the dream of a world that is peaceful seems as distant and unrealistic as during the Dark Ages. But here's the rub. My generation does not want to give up on this dream. We refuse to be led by lies, propaganda, and fear. Forgive my rambling, but we are all aware of the aftermath of the events of October 7th. I will not go into the history or details of the conflict. That is not my job here today. I will only present to you statistics shared by the United Nations and unbiased and independent journalism. More than 26,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the war began, more than 70% of them being women and children. American taxpayers give Israel more than $10 million per day, money that could be well spent on affordable health care, homelessness, affordable higher education. And this money makes us complicit in an ongoing genocide as called out by the International Court of Justice. This is a war where we have seen hospitals, churches, mosques, and UN shelters being bombed, razed to the ground. We have seen kids being blown to pieces, amputations being performed without anesthesia, survivors freezing and starving to death. As children and young adults in Troy, we were taught to chase our dreams and reach for the sky. In Gaza, the children look to the skies in horror as white phosphorus, a banned chemical weapon, rains down upon them. My hope tonight is to request the city of Troy to do the right thing and ask for a ceasefire and delivery of humanitarian aid to the victims. Please do your part in building a world that's less hateful, less divided, and less trigger-happy. Stand on the right side of history. I will end with a poem from a martyr in Gaza, Rifat al-Arir, whose body is still buried under the rubble as his poetry haunts us. If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in blaze and bid no farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite you made flying up above, and thinks for a moment that an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale. Ceasefire now, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Zahra Syed.
Good evening, council members, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to my brothers and sisters. My name is Zahra Syed, a proud 11th grade student at Troy Athens High School, which is in the Troy School District. First, I would like to thank you for your time and for considering our concerns. As I am sure, it's apparent today that this matter is important for our community, and we appreciate your attention to it. I stand before you compelled by a profound concern that began at a Palestine protest in 2019. Despite our enthusiastic efforts, the situation has not improved. The violence continues unabated. As a young citizen of Troy, it is crucial that we as a community voice our stance against such violence. Our previous appeals to the council have yet to yield action, while the tragedy in Palestine escalates, affecting not just people there, but our local community as well. The ongoing conflict fuels Islamophobia globally, leading to distressing events and incidents even here. National surveys show that most Americans want a ceasefire, and calls are growing. So this resolution represents all of those voices here in Troy. According to WHO, every 10 minutes, a child is killed in Gaza. Let me repeat, every 10 minutes, a child is killed in Gaza. Innocent children, and more than 10 children have limbs amputated every day, according to the UNICEF. That's horrible to imagine, isn't it? There is no time to waste in getting this resolution passed. Troy, known for its diversity and inclusiveness, has a responsibility to stand by these values. Although a resolution was passed in 2005, which prevents the Council from taking any stances on foreign policy or involving foreign countries, a ceasefire resolution from our Council can be a powerful statement supporting peace and justice here in Palestine. It is more than a gesture, it's an affirmation of our community's commitment to global humanitarian principles. Thank you so much for your attention and time, and I sincerely hope for a meaningful response from our council. Once again, you can make a change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Ainab Syed.
Good evening, trusted council members. Assalamu alaikum, my dear brothers and sisters. My name is Zainab Syed. I'm in the 8th grade in the Troy School District. We are gathered here today knowing we woke up in the warmth of our own homes, maybe a pillow, a blanket. But the dear Palestinian children, who are glad just to still be living, awoke surrounded by rubble, which was once their home. This tragedy affects many, mainly our family in Palestine, who may not be related to us by blood, but who are related to us by heart. The pride I stand in to know I reside in the Troy School District is shared by many, predominantly due to Troy's diversity everywhere. This Palestine situation is yet another opening for Troy to be more inclusive of its Muslim community. The city of Troy has never failed to help its community members, and the people have always treated me with utmost respect and kindness, as I have experienced attending school here, volunteering, and even just visiting. I stand before you to address a matter of utmost urgency and moral significance: the need for a ceasefire in Palestine. Many understand the feeling of losing a loved one, but imagine losing everyone you love. This ceasefire is not just a demand for an end to violence, it is a call for rebuilding, reconciliation, and healing. Our heart aches for Palestine, but not as much as theirs ache for their families. A ceasefire is not just a pause in hostilities, it is a crucial step towards lasting peace. Our voices can catalyze change, encouraging our local leaders to prioritize this ongoing conflict, and by advocating for a ceasefire, this can be the first step in bringing an end to this violence. The city's collective demand for a ceasefire sends a powerful message to the global community that we value human lives over conflict. As a community, we are interconnected with the world, and our advocacy for a ceasefire expresses our shared humanity. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of our brothers and sisters. Instead, we must strive for empathy, understanding, and a commitment to long-lasting peace for those halfway across the globe in dire need of it. I hope that you council members can take that small step and make a difference. The city of Troy has the power to inspire change, and by demanding a ceasefire, we pave the way for a brighter and more peaceful future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Omar Syed. Make sure you pull the microphone down, Omar, okay? Pull the microphone down so we can hear you. Thank you. Perfect.
Good evening, dear council members, and assalamu alaikum, all my brothers and sisters. I'm Omar Syed, and I'm 8 years old. I would like to present a speech why we need ceasefire. The first reason is that many Palestinian kids are suffering from major crises, such as no food, no water, no shelter, and no education. Many buildings have been destroyed, and all of the kids have no home to live. I am really sad that the children are suffering a lot. I hope and request you will consider my appeal to help ceasefire. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum, all my brothers and sisters.
Thank you, Omar. Next up is Azra Ahmed.
Council members, Troy residents, all those of you who care to lend an ear to the horror that besieges thousands of humans abroad, that besieges thousands of us right here at home. My name is Hadra Ahmed, and I'm standing here on behalf of Yukla Gowda and myself. And I'm a student at Troy High School. Every day, I open my inbox to a barrage of emails with the subject line, breaking news. Each one counts the life that has been lost at the hands of an apartheid state, one which shows no mercy to the more than 10,000 children it has slaughtered. Already, we have been shut down by our school district in our campaigns for a day to come together as students with the Palestinian people, to wear the keffiyehs and the colors of the flag. Personally, I was astonished. The schools which had nurtured my love of learning, my passion to be involved with the world, the schools that put me inside of these debate classes and countless clubs to refine my speaking skills, is no longer displaying that freedom of expression that it taught me to embrace. By public tax dollars spent in the school system that taught me that my representation in government is important, our money is also being shoveled into a war that we do not support. My name is Hadra Ahmed. It takes a town to raise a child. I am a kid that this city raised to be involved, proactive, and passionate with the collective funds and ideals from this community. Why must these same funds be used in a war? This is why I stand before you all today, Council. We call for a response. Stand with those who choose to end the cycle of death and destruction that has swamped the people who inhabit a once vibrant stretch of land the size of Detroit, one with roots deep into the sea of history of the world. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you. Next up is Sophia Lorenzetti, I believe.
Good evening. I'm Sophia Lorenzetti. I have been a Troy resident for almost 3 years now. I'm here today to urge the city of Troy to join fellow Michigan cities such as Detroit, Dearborn, Canton, Kalamazoo, and Hamtramck in calling for an immediate ceasefire to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the West Bank. At this time, almost 1,300 Troy residents have signed a petition to bring a ceasefire resolution to our city council. In 2020, Troy City Council released a statement that, in summary, said the following: "The people of the city of Troy are dedicated to two equally important propositions. First, that all people are created equal, and secondly, we do not live for ourselves alone. Furthermore, the people of the city of Troy recognize that justice and freedom have never come easily. That justice demands we demonstrate equity and empathy towards others, and without action, these words have little meaning. That the city of Troy dedicates its government to embodying integrity, accountability, and professionalism in order to ensure justice for all. Today, I ask, where is the Global Troy Advisory Committee? Today, I ask, where are the actions from the city of Troy that uphold these statements of equity and justice? Today, I ask for the Troy City Council members to reflect on their humanity and their duty to uphold the demands of Troy residents and our city's core values. You said it best when stating that without action, words have little meaning. I urge you to take action and call for an immediate ceasefire, because with your current silence, you are complacent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mohammed Noor.
Hello, council members of Troy. I'm here today, Mohammed Noor, to talk about the kids like me that I care for in Gaza. I'm only 12 years old. They're just like me, little kids that have a whole life ahead of them, but living in an open-air prison. They're scared, hurt, and most have lost their families and friends. I can't imagine going through that harsh living. It's not fair. Kids should be safe to play outside and have fun, not hide from bombs. And America keeps supporting the bad people by giving money and stronger military. Meanwhile, millions of Americans, the citizens of America, support and want a ceasefire in Palestine. Please support a ceasefire so they can have a chance at a normal life. We're all kids. No matter where we live, let's help them have peace and have a chance to become a kid again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed.
You're welcome.
Next up is Alina Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. Hello everyone, my name is Alina Ahmed. I'm 15 years old and I'm currently a sophomore in high school. I come here from Warren and I ask you to please listen. The news flashed on October 7th, yet it didn't flash for the years before that. It never showed the Palestinian homes being taken or being raided during Ramadan. It never showed the soldiers running over people with military tanks. It never showed the day-to-day arrestment of innocent civilians. It never interviewed the countless women raped by the IDF. It never showed Israel controlling the country's imports and exports. It never showed the legal settlements, nor did it show Israel pouring white phosphorus onto Palestinians. When you do your research, you'll realize that the used to be oppressed people have now become what they once feared. This is the first ever genocide to be broadcasted by its victims in real time. You would think that this dystopian reality would have been unshackled, yet the world sits unbaffled. I heard this is your second city council meeting, yet the ceasefire resolution is absent from your agenda. Your community has marched, pleaded, and cried, expressing their solidarity for Palestine in your city. How can we send aid to Ukrainians and not Palestinians? Have we lost love because Palestinians aren't white, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed? How can we sit here and accept the bombing of hospitals, schools, universities, fields where children used to laugh and play, refugee camps of already displaced people, denial of food, water, and the bulldozing of cemeteries? I don't know if you've noticed, but our government has long supported the killing and bombing of the Arab world, using our tax money like it is some kind of hobby. Our people don't want to come to you and beg for your sympathy and humanity. When we chant from the river to the sea, we mean Muslims, Jews, and Christians living under the name of Palestine in complete harmony. Ignoring this call should be considered illegal. You should arrive home to your kids and say that Mama or Papa stood up for the oppressed people. Many of the Palestinians don't have legs anymore, but we still do. So our legs will be theirs. When we cry for their liberation, we also cry for ours. Our leaders still try to silence us and label us cowards. We're forced to stand up to a flag and say liberty and justice for all, while our government continues to support the Palestinians' genocidal downfall. Council members, I know you have morals and values. I ponder, does 26,000 murdered not pain you? The only thing we ask of you is to demand that the bombs stop. The average age in Gaza is 18. Doesn't that sound messed up? Why should the children listen for drones, feeling horror-struck, instead of the melodies of a colorful ice cream truck? Why should their tongues long for water as they await their destined slaughter? Your community is tired of posting, protesting, and proposing a change. Please do not let the inhumane people consume you. Please do not let our biased media and propaganda deceive you. Our government failed us, so don't fail us too. If so, then perhaps you sustain no value. So please, dear council, call for an immediate ceasefire. You should set a goal that no matter the situation, the city of Troy will stand up for oppressed souls. And with that being said, our people say that Palestine will forever be the soul of our souls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zishan Chowdhury.
Assalamu alaikum. A greeting of peace. My name is Zishan. I don't live here, but my grandpa does, and I come here daily to visit them. In this great city, I have a caring family, friends, uncles, aunties, nice food places to eat. I have learned to play sports and parks here. A house to shelter from ice, snow, and rain. Doctor, nurses, and hospitals to get cured. I enjoy all that in this great city. I also feel safe, but in Palestine, they have no feeling of safety. They have nothing that I am enjoying in this great city. But the only thing that I don't have is a bomb falling on my family or me or my grandpa's house. But in Palestine, the only thing they have is a feeling of danger and bombs getting dropped on top of them with the money sent by our president. Palestine has been facing this for 72 years, and their air is always just smoke everywhere, and they never get purified air at all. And what they're eating now is animal kibbles crushed into powder, then made into soup. They're even wearing what to cover up dead bodies with to not feel as cold. Now the road has even gotten flooded. No cars, no animal cart can pass easily. My mom showed me a video where these people were getting shot in Palestine, waiting in line to get food. My dad also showed me a picture where it was flooded and these two children in Palestine were sleeping inside their tent. And there was mud and water everywhere. So is that how they're gonna sleep? But I believe if we help, it will change. And And if your family's in Palestine, I feel so bad, and I'm not even from Palestine. Still, I would do my best with what I can to make a change. Seeing kids like me unsafe and hurt makes me feel unsafe too. And when I see nobody doing anything, it makes me feel sad. But you guys are grown-ups, and you guys could help them with the power you have. We must stand up and help them and not make excuses. That's why you are here, for building cities up, making children feel safe and feel the same pain for those children too. And we should never stop until the genocide ends. Ceasefire now, please.
Thank you. That concludes those that have signed up as students who were given an opportunity to go early ahead in our agenda. This is not a time for council reply or response, other than I will say I want to thank the students for coming, and it takes a lot of courage to speak, no matter if you're 8 or 18. I appreciate you coming forward. We'll continue with our regular agenda and pick back up with public comment and procedures later. So next up is I-6. Michigan Department of Transportation Maintenance Agreement for I-75 and Big Beaver Landscape Improvements. That'll be introduced by Kurt Bovenseat, Public Works Director. And I just want to say one quick thing in relation to this. Recognize that we were asked to go out of process to let public comment happen. Going back to regular business may seem out of line or out of place to many of you, but you were given accommodations, so we need to go back to regular business.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a maintenance agreement for the I-75 and Big Beaver Diverging Diamond Interchange. Waiting for the president. Thank you for the presentation. This project started back in 2022 with the DDA assigning a contract to OHM Advisors after a pretty lengthy request for proposals evaluation. The theme was adopted by the DDA, consistency through nature, and it was conceptually designed throughout the entire DDA corridor. It was decided by the DDA that the best place to begin the project was the Diverging Diamond because it had the most amount of impact to the residents and the businesses entering the city. Recently, the DDA just approved a contract after its second bid process. The first bid process, we only got 2 bids for this project, and it was significantly over budget. We did reach out to those contractors that bid and the potential contractors that we expected to bid on the project to see why, and it was determined that it was the project timing that caused the significant increase in estimated budget. So we went back to the drawing board and we did eliminate some things in the project, and we did make separate alternates within the proposal. We did receive bids, and we had one bid that was within budget and that the committee recommended to the DDA for approval, and the DDA did approve that just last week, I believe it was. Today's a little unique in that because this is in Michigan Department of Transportation's right-of-way, it does require an agreement with the city and the Michigan Department of Transportation to make sure that we maintain these improvements. Because the DDA has a sunset and no guaranteed renewal, the state of Michigan wouldn't allow the agreement to be with the DDA. It has to be with the city of Troy. And I have an image up here just to detail the project so a full understanding of what the maintenance agreement entails. It is the green area, and I apologize for the graininess of the image, but we were not able to assign what we call the upper embankments. That would be these areas in gray. Those were omitted from the project. We thought that the most impactful area was down in the Big Beaver median, so we're concentrating on some landscape, some turf here.
Is this a continuation, or is this a whole new show?
Could IT check into Zoom? Whoever is.
If someone wants to take over, they're happy to. So these areas in green, they will be irrigated and they will be maintained turf. These areas will see the more extensive landscape improvements, and I'll click through some of the original conceptual designs that we had. So the area that I'm talking is omitted from the project would be these upper embankments here. So this is if you were coming southbound I-75, exiting onto Big Beaver. So the landscape area, this will see some improvement. but you will see all of this conceptual design be created. This is Big Beaver heading east. The Columbia Center's in the background. You can see landscape improvements on Big Beaver. Again, this was part of the conceptual presentation. This has gone to design, and this is what was built. Okay. Well, I can't advance the slides, but I think this gives a clear indication of what the improvements we're looking at on Big Beaver. Again, the DDA, who is responsible for this project, did approve the contract with Warren Contractors. We have good experience with Warren Contractors. They've done work for us in the past. OHM will be the consultant that will oversee the project. And in order to move forward with permitting, it requires an approval of a maintenance agreement, which is before you tonight. Apologize if that was quick. There's a lot more detail in the memo, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kurt. Just to clarify, I'll start with, I know the answer to this, but I want to make sure we're on the same page. These designs, DDA has already approved the contract for moving forward with these designs in this landscaping project. The only thing you're asking us tonight, which is what I-6 states, is for the maintenance agreement that MDOT requires with the city, correct?
That is correct. And I do want to be very clear that it's the city of Troy who is approving the maintenance agreement. It is not the DDA. So if the DDA were to sunset or the DDA were to not have the funds to maintain this area, the city of Troy would be responsible for maintaining this landscaped area.
Any other questions? Councilmember Hamilton.
What's the timeline for this?
Yeah.
Is it this year?
It is this year. So construction this spring, substantial completion by fall.
Okay.
I didn't mention, because I was trying to hurry, but I think it is important. With this project, it does make the investment of the infrastructure for future improvements. So those upper embankments to potentially one day irrigate or one day plant, we will have that option. We thought since the contractor's out there making the infrastructure improvements now, to do all of the infrastructure improvements if the DDA chooses to move forward in the future with those upper embankments.
Thank you. Any other questions for Kurt? Someone like to move I-5? Excuse me, I-6? Well, I'll move I-6. Sorry, I'll move I-6, Michigan Department of Transportation Maintenance Agreement for I-75 and Big Beaver Landscape Improvements as printed in the agenda packet.
Support.
Moved by the chair, supported by Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranger, that we approve I-6, Michigan Department of Transportation Maintenance Agreement for I-75 and Big Beaver Landscape Improvements as printed in the agenda packet. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranger?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Kurt, and to the DDA. Next up is I-7, additional 2024 city council meetings. That'll be introduced by City Attorney Lori Grigboom.
Thank you, Mayor. What we are requesting is that council schedule 2 additional meetings. The first meeting is so that it's contractually required that you do my evaluation. And under the contract, it says that should occur around April 1st. April 1st is a Monday, so that is the date that I have proposed for that. It would be at 6 p.m. And the second meeting is actually the interviews for the city manager candidates. And that is scheduled for, proposed to be scheduled for a Saturday. That will allow you to have all of the interviews on that day. So that date that is proposed is April 6th. Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. Both of those would be in the council boardroom. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick.
I move I-7, additional 2024 city council meetings as printed in the agenda packet.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, supported by Councilmember Brooks, that we approve I-7, additional 2024 city council meetings as printed in the agenda packet. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain-Cranger?
Yes.
Motion carries. Next up is I-8, Budget Amendment and Standard Purchasing Resolution 4, Oakland County Cooperative Purchasing Contract, Air Handling Unit Repair, louver replacement, and temporary area heating for mold remediation, Troy Public Library. And I see Phil Quick, our Assistant Library Director, has come forward to present the item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for your time. I'm here to ask for a purchasing resolution and a budget amendment to repair the air intake unit and to replace the air ductwork in the library's south wing. This is necessary to remediate a mold situation that was discovered in the library's heating and cooling system. And as a reminder for you, the south wing of the library is the wing that's closest to City Hall. It's the original 1971 building, and it houses our youth department and several smaller department staff offices. For some background, in September, the youth staff began complaining to us about a musty odor and humid conditions in the work area. We consulted with the city's facilities department and immediately contracted with a Troy-based company, Testing Engineers and Consultants, TEC. TEC collected air samples and conducted visual and robotic video inspections of the HVAC system at the south wing of the library. They discovered that water had gotten into the system in the air intake duct, resulting in mold forming throughout the ductwork that carries air through the south wing. And I apologize that I didn't include pictures with your packet. We have that report if anybody would like to see it. The investigation concluded that the air intake duct and the ductwork for the vents circulating the air through the area need to be replaced. Fortunately, airborne mold spore concentration was low throughout the area, which means that from a health perspective, at this time, the quality of the air is acceptable. However, mold in the system needs to be remediated. We received pricing for the intake and the vent replacement from Lyn Bowen, the company that's contracted by the city to do HVAC work, and it's on the Oakland County Cooperative list. The price for that part of the job was $135,653. Our investigation also suggested that the louver, the unit that pulls the air into the building from the outside, needs to be repositioned higher up. Currently, it is under grade level, and as it pulls air into the building, it also apparently pulls moisture into the building. This work, while optional, was suggested by our facilities department, and that adds $33,186 to the amount. And finally, this project is scheduled to last for 6 weeks. While most of the work will be done in the basement, and as you heard, we'll put our friend's bookshop out of commission for that time. For the rest of the building, or for the rest of the wing, for the south wing, we'll have to close down the heat for that time. So in order not to have to close off our youth area for 6 weeks, we decided to bring in temporary heating, including a gas-filtered heater for the main area, which is about 10,000 square feet, and electrical space heaters for the offices that are there. This temporary heating adds $55,000 to the project for a total cost with contingency of approximately $259,715. We hope to start this project as soon as we can. We want to wrap it up by April when we start to get busy with the end of the school year activities and with planning for our summer youth program. And I'm happy to answer any questions they might have.
Thanks, Phil. I have a question for you to start out if I can. I think you were here when there was public comment, which feels like decades ago, at the beginning of this meeting, about this issue and the Friends whose contributions I appreciate very much, not just tonight, but in general, of course. And obviously, it was a bit of a push-pull in the sense that the mold remediation needs to be done, and I don't think anyone from the Friends is saying don't do the mold remediation. Is there any, were there any considerations or thoughts given to an alternate way for the Friends to continue some limited type of their work? And is there anything that can be done to help? I understand probably not, but if I didn't ask, I'd feel bad.
Well, probably not, and that's for two reasons. One is that the area that the Friends do, not only a bookshop, but all of their sorting and all of their storage of donations has to actually be removed. All of that material, in those rooms has to be removed and relocated. Part of the issue is that the vents are too big, so in order to work at them, they have to pull them out and put in smaller vents, and that necessitates emptying out the rooms completely. The other issue is that the staff that works in the youth area, we've relocated to one of our conference rooms, which means that we don't really have a lot of room for the public to meet and for public programming that the library puts on. So to that end, we can't really offer that to the Friends for an extended period of time. So there's a lack of space, in short.
I hate to even ask this, but is there opportunity at the community center, and I recognize that's a lot of moving, but we've gotten rid of space for creative endeavors, for example, to use space, co-space with the library and the nature center in the village. Is there anything else that can be done? I don't want to lose 6 weeks of volunteer efforts and consistency and people that would want to do great work. If there's anything, even on a smaller level, and that may not be something they want to do, I understand that. I just want to make sure if there is any further opportunity to work with that, we could explore it.
Well, we can certainly discuss that. I don't speak for the Friends or the community center, so.
And Assistant City Manager Schubert.
If I could just add on to that, the 6-week time frame the community center will not be available because there will be early voting and elections taking place over there.
Okay. Councilmember Gunn.
How big is that space that they are selling the books?
How big space is it they're selling the books in? The bookshop is about 1,200 square feet, but then they have another maybe 1,000 feet where they do the sorting, and then there's sort of a dead storage area where they store a lot of their carts and their books and things like that. They're talking about being able to store that. They have opportunities to store that off-site with some of their members who have some space, but they don't have. It really creates a logistical problem to then bring it and sell it and remove it and
Well, I asked because
like
I've seen other construction sites requiring movement of stuff, and sometimes they bring in a trailer or something temporary to allow activity, if that was an option. The other thing is, and I don't know if this is a question for you or for management, why do we have a waiving of the bid process? Is it just because we only work with this heating cooling company, or, is there opportunity for, I know it's already far along, but, going forward, I see waiving of the bid process, and that tells me we just got one price, right? I don't know if there could be a better.
Do you want me to?
Phil, if you can speak to why we chose a bid waiver here.
Well,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
Phil, go ahead.
Okay.
I just was reading the memo to refresh my memory.
The company is on the Oakland County extended bid list. So Oakland County has put them through, has bidded out projects, has bidded out similar work, and they've been the lowest bidder for the county. So that's why we waived the bid process, so we don't have to go through the same process.
Is that the only heating cooling company on the list?
I'm sorry?
On Oakland County's approved list, is that the only one?
There's several lists that we look at. There's several cooperative lists.
Go ahead, Mark.
So every year, the city council approves a list of approved cooperatives. And when you approve that cooperative, then you're saying it's okay to look at these prices because they've been proven to be competitive. And every year that comes to council. Did we do that in November, I think? It might have been before you were on council, but we do it every year. We have a list of them. So it's a different way of getting a good bid as opposed to the the only way of accepting bids. We do it on some occasions, but not all type of work.
There's a better explanation than mine.
They were both good. Additional questions on this item? I have one more that is, I'm good with rhetorical questions tonight. Some comments were made about spending, well, essentially good money after bad, right? We continue to put a lot of money into these old buildings, into this old building, and the question becomes, at what point do we say that's enough, let's look at a new library and how we move in that direction? And I'm not expecting you to answer, Phil. I think you'd like one today if we could give you one and it was fully paid for. That's not an issue. I do know that we've got a strategic planning update coming from the library, some work that's been done. I expect that. I think I saw a question and answer to that effect coming up next month, maybe there'll be some information towards that. And I forgot the rest of my question, other than to say we will continue to have that conversation. In the meantime, obviously, when it relates to mold, we can't shut down the library and stop. We have to fix what we were doing and that's the only option we have at this point as I see it. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick.
I'll move I-8, Budget Amendment and Standard Purchasing Resolution 4, Oakland County Cooperative Purchasing Contract, Air Handling Unit Repair, louver replacement, and temporary area heating for mold remediation, Troy Public Library, as printed in the agenda packet.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, supported by Councilmember Hamilton, that we approve I-8 Budget Amendment and Standard Purchasing Resolution 4, Oakland County Cooperative Purchasing Contract, Air Handling Unit Repair, louver replacement, and temporary area heating for mold remediation, Troy Public Library, as printed in the agenda packet. Any further discussion? Councilmember Hamilton.
You kind of said what I wanted to say, but that we need to keep having that conversation about it's the same building that was there when my mom brought me in there 40 years ago as a little baby, and until recently it was the same furniture too, but maybe it might still be. So I'm glad we're having that conversation. I'm glad we're getting the report on what it would take, and it would take support of the residents too, but I want to answer, obviously I have to approve this, and we need to keep the library open.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick.
To the folks that came to speak on this item, I know you weren't saying for us to not do this, and that you understand everyone's in a bind. And you did so with such professionalism. And this is a group that not that many years ago was dealing with flooding in the basement area and was disrupted. You know, for what it's worth, I am anxious for the strategic planning discussion to come back to us, and I think facility considerations it sounds like are going to be part of that. And in fact, because so many came up, in a Q&A that we had today related to our agenda, it indicated that somewhat of the delay for the plan even coming was comprehending that. I think it's also important for you all to know that at the advanced discussion, where we talk about the budget issues in November and opportunities and strategic planning, we did talk about the library and the fact that it is limping along and that there is frustration that a millage was approved, but now we don't get to see what we all dreamed of as a council, as a community, that we would be able to do. He was probably right, maybe, kind of, I don't know. Now that's on the record, I said that, but you know, we share the frustration and we appreciate your communication of the impact, and you're doing the right thing to put it on our radar and to continue putting it on our radar. We were frustrated at the delay we had to make due to inflation on the youth services. Mr. Quick was here. I could have almost cried at that. And we hear you and continue your advocacy and know that you are being listened to.
All right. The vote, Ms. Dixon?
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Krenga?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is I-9 Purchase Agreement Amendment, Sarah Ames LLC, Administration of Certificates of Occupancy and Related Tasks, Building Department. And that'll be introduced by Salim Huerta, our building official.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm here to talk about the Sarah Ames LLC amendment to the agreement, which is a new Schedule A, authorizing expenditures up to $40,000 per year, an additional 20 added to the originally approved 20,000. And I just want to state that this has been very successful. And so there was a vacuum of 12 years of non-activity. So as soon as we started doing that, it just absorbed more time than we expected. If you guys have any questions, I'd be glad to answer it.
Thank you. Any questions? Some were asked earlier. I'd like to move the resolution. Councilmember Brooks?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move I-9 Purchase Agreement Amendment, Sarah Ames LLC, Administration of Certificates of Occupancy and Related Tasks, Building Department, as printed in the agenda.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Brooks, supported by Councilmember Chanda, that we approve I-9 Purchase Agreement Amendment, Sarah Ames LLC, Administration of Certificates of Occupancy and Related Tasks, Building Department, as printed in the agenda packet. Discussion? I'll just say building safety is public safety and part of what makes Troy special, so thank you for your efforts
Thank you very much.
bringing this up and everything you've got going on. The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Craig?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes regular business this evening. Next up is the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item from the consent agenda for further discussion? Councilmember Hamilton.
I'd like to move all items on the consent agenda as printed in the agenda packet.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Hamilton, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick, that we approve all items on the consent agenda as printed in the agenda packet. Any discussion? The vote, Ms. Dixon.
Mayor Pro Tem Hoderick?
Yes.
Mayor Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes.
Councilmember Chamberlain Craig?
Yes.
Councilmember Chanda?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Motion carries. If you're here for an item on the consent agenda this evening, all have been approved. Next up are memorandums and future council agenda items. There are no K1 announcements, but K2 memorandums. There's an amendment to the Troy City Code, Chapter 93, Fire Prevention. That is on the agenda, and if you have any questions or comments, please submit them to City Administration prior to a future meeting, maybe the next meeting.
Yes, Mayor, the hope is that it will be brought back at the next meeting unless there were concerns raised by council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is public comment for items not on the agenda from Troy residents and businesses. We do still have several people signed up. Some may have left. We'll work through these. Same rules as before. You all have been very respectful of the process, and I appreciate that. So we will continue, and I will go back through the names that I believe signed up in the wrong section earlier and work my way down. So first up will be Aisha Sendeyarevic.
Good evening. My name is Aisha Sendeyarevic. I have lived with my family in Troy since 1988. My children attended Troy schools, and some of my grandchildren are students in Troy. I'm also a proud Bosnian American. Bosnia was a multi-ethnic society with Muslims, Christians, and Jews living together in tolerance, with mosques, churches, and synagogues often standing side by side. I am proud to say that many Jews fleeing European persecution, including Spanish Inquisition, found safe haven in my home country of Bosnia. During the Second World War, Bosnians protected their Jewish neighbors and protected their cultural heritage from Nazi prosecutions, for which 49 Bosnians were honored by the State of Israel. The peaceful coexistence in my home country came to an end once occupying Serb military committed an aggression in order to create Greater Serbia on the territory of Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. 100,000 of Bosnians, mostly Muslims of Bosniak ethnicities, were killed. Over 2 million were forced to leave their homes as refugees. My mother, my father, and my father-in-law died as refugees far from their homes. My brother and my sister lived for 3 years under the siege of Sarajevo, bombarded and starved by Serbian military. My son-in-law and my daughter-in-law were both refugees. The International Court of Justice in 2007 confirmed that Serbia was responsible for genocide committed against Bosnians in Srebrenica. As we are witnessing the horror and suffering of Palestinians in Gaza and West Bank committed by the State of Israel, Bosnians clearly see parallel between the aggression and genocide against Palestinians by the State of Israel and aggression and genocide committed by the Serbs in Bosnia. The least that we can do as residents of Troy is to adopt the resolution for an immediate ceasefire with the hope that the State of Israel will cease collective punishment, indiscriminate killings, war crimes, and acts of genocide against Palestinians.
Thank you. That concludes your 3 minutes this evening.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Krish Mathrani.
Good evening. My name is Krish Mathrani. I am a resident of Troy and a high school student. This matter being voted on today is very serious. Thousands have been killed, displaced, and traumatized due to this war. But I'd like to ask a question to this council. Has this council voted on the ethnic conflict in Manipur, Azerbaijan's invasion of Armenia, or Turkey's aggression in Syria and Iraq? Are those less important to you guys? Or are those not fitting media's attention that brings all these people out? None of these are your job or this body's job to fix. This council should not even be voting for this measure, but since they are, they should strike it down immediately. First of all, this is not a genocide. It is disgusting that the media and people in this room are using the word so loosely to garner support. Genocide is what happened to Sikhs in India or what happened to Jews in Germany. Genocide is what Hamas is trying to do to the Jewish people. In fact, let's read Hamas's own covenant. You laugh, but do you support? The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill me." That is Article 7 of Hamas's covenant. You're laughing, but do you support that? If this body wants to pass meaningful legislation, let's strike down Hamas. Does everyone agree? I'm sure there are people here that would defend Hamas. In fact, someone here just quoted them. Would you want to strike a deal with the same group of people who have your family members as hostage, whose ultimate goal is to kill you, sexually assault your mother or sister, and destroy your life as it is? My heart goes to all the innocent children and families, but this is not this body's job, and this is not the right solution. There are pictures of dead children and women in this room tonight, but we must remember the picture of raped and murdered Shani Luke, who was attending a peace festival. Keep that picture in mind. She was killed by Hamas. I firmly oppose any ceasefire till Hamas is destroyed and unequivocally stand with the people of Israel. I hope this body chooses to stand with the right side of history, against giving what this terrorist organization wants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Nadia Bryant.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nadia Bryant. I'm a Troy resident. I echo mostly everything that's been spoken here. You've heard the facts, the stats, the pleas. You've been informed and will be well in the know by the end of this evening if you weren't already. So here's a bit more of a personal take and tied directly to our community. I'm a Lebanese American. My husband and I chose the city of Troy 14 years ago to start our lives together. As an interracial and interfaith couple from different cities with completely opposite cultures, Troy was and still is the answer for us, known for its diversity in culture, faith, and everything else in between. We briefly moved, and when we were afforded the opportunity to purchase a home, Troy is where we chose to come back to. Why? Because of the inclusivity Troy has to offer. Our family has a sense of belonging here with our Hispanic and Arab heritage and our shared experiences. Being in Troy actually helped me decide on wanting children. I feared not knowing where we and our kids belonged, being mixed, being Arab, and wanting to make sure our kids were proud and knowledgeable of their backgrounds. And Troy supports that in every corner. The government needs to as well. The occupation in Palestine does not, and that is why we are here. Not only am I a wife, mom, daughter, etc., I'm also a neighbor. I'm your neighbor. With our kids and our dogs, we enjoy our parks, the pools, events, and classes at the community center, the ethnic markets, the cultured restaurants and shops right here in Troy that celebrates our existence, which is not happening under the occupation in Palestine. That's also seeping its way into Lebanon and other neighboring countries. We're known in the neighborhood for taking my neighbor his favorite Middle Eastern sweets and foods, and I help save the stray cats and foster them and get them off the streets, and I help my other neighbor with his lawn, and we relate to our colorful neighbors that are mixed with everything in between. We offer kebabs while grilling, and we often stop with our little dogs on walks to say hi to everyone who smiles at them. People like me exist in your backyard, but who am I? My family lived under Israeli occupation in Lebanon. I briefly lived it myself, yes, even as a U.S. citizen who was born here and went there on a trip. If my mom hadn't found a way to smuggle me away from Israeli occupation to bring me back here, to bring me home, I wouldn't be here as a valuable and contributing neighbor with my husband, dogs, and kids. Instead, I'd be one of the 31,000 plus people who are dead, or worse, one of the 2 million displaced just waiting to die in a genocide, just for being me and just what I was born as, like some relatives I still have there. With that, I ask the council to please honor our plea for a ceasefire resolution in occupied Palestine.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant.
Thank you.
Next up is Bilal Ahmad. Oh, that's Vinod. That's not Bilal Ahmad. Okay, next up then would be Amina Ahmad. How about Amid Farhad?
Hello, members of the council. My name is Amid Farhad. I have been a Troy resident for 11 years. I have learned that in the United States, we stand for liberty, freedom, and peace. It is our duty to spread liberty, freedom, and peace. The children of Palestine do not have any of these. Over 20,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th, while over 50,000 have been injured. The majority of Palestine is children, and the median age of all Palestinians is only 18 years. I believe that the United States stands for liberty, freedom, and peace, which is why we should approve a ceasefire to save the innocent people of Palestine and all of the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Aleem Ali. I'll say I'm moving on to a list where there might be some doubles. If I call your name again, please forgive me and just say I've already spoken. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing us tonight. Good evening. My name is Aleem Ali. My family has lived in Troy for 50 years. We moved from Chicago in 1974. My brothers and I attended Troy Public Schools. After graduation, my wife and I chose to raise our kids here. My eldest son, who I think left, graduated from Athens a couple years ago, and my younger son is a junior at Athens. One of the main reasons that we decided to live here is that I wanted our children to be exposed to the same type of education that my brothers and I received. My experiences in Troy have been instrumental in my understanding of local, national, and international issues. In the 50 years that we have lived here, the city of Troy has always embraced and celebrated diversity. It's one of the things that makes this community great. Troy feels like family, and if one person in our family is suffering, we all feel it. One of the values that was instilled in me as a student is that it is incumbent on us to stand up for those that are suffering. It is our responsibility to try to alleviate the suffering of others, if not by using our hands, then by our voice. It is that voice that I'm asking you to hear tonight. The continuing massacre of the people in Gaza, at last count over 26,000 people killed and over 65,000 people injured, affects us here at home. We have Palestinian friends and neighbors in our city who have lost family members to this genocide. It is my understanding that the Troy City Council had a section on proclamations and congratulatory certificates that was removed after receiving some backlash. I'm asking you to reinstate the section that allows the City Council to issue proclamations on national and international issues as they pertain to local citizens. I'm not asking the City Council to comment on political or religious issues. I'm asking the City Council to issue a proclamation that recognizes the shared humanity of the people that are suffering in the city of Troy and the families that are suffering in Palestine. I believe that it is a core value of being a citizen that compels us to speak out against injustice and supporting the oppressed. I believe that it takes moral courage to express these concerns. By adding this section allows this body to express its support for its constituents and shows courage. I'd like to quickly recognize a few people here tonight that taught me at Troy High School who are in support of our position. One of them is Mr. Gary Collins, who is a retired phys ed teacher and health teacher. And some of you who went to Troy High School may have had Mr. Collins. And Mrs. Debbie Collins, who is at home. I think she's on the screen. Thank you. She's watching. And Mr. John Bancroft. I know some of you may have had Mr. John Bancroft while he was a social studies and history teacher at Troy High School. He was also my track coach. It is their influence that has encouraged me to stand up here and speak to you tonight. Thank you, Mr. Bancroft and Mr. Collins, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Next up is Mustafa C.
Mustafa Chowdhury. I'm an intensive care physician, and I'm a Troy resident as well. I wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. Earlier tonight, as you saw, this room was filled with doctors, lawyers, accountants, public servants, PhDs, researchers, scientists. All people, brightest and best from the world, relocated, and they chose Troy to relocate to. And they brought with them upper middle class incomes. And they brought with them a strong tax base that you benefit from. And they brought with them development, housing, retail, and otherwise. Your schools are propped up by their intelligent children. It is my understanding.
Hey, sir.
It is my understanding, I apologize. It is my understanding that after the last meeting, you've chosen silence, you've chosen inaction. Your twin sibling, Canton, Michigan, identical twin sibling, has already, weeks ago, called for a ceasefire. Ann Arbor, Detroit, Flint, Kalamazoo, nationally known, internationally known cities have called for a ceasefire, just for reference. Now, this gain in prosperity that you've gotten from the world in this city comes with a responsibility, a very important responsibility, which is to address the issues involving the constituents who are fueling the growth in this city in which I reside. Understandably, you guys are concerned that choosing to call for a ceasefire may drive away development from certain developers. Okay, so I'm proposing a pragmatic solution here, a three-step pragmatic solution. Number one, focus on children. No one will blame you if you focus on children. By their very nature, they cannot be evil. They're innocent. I've never known an evil 1, 2, 3, or 5-year-old, and they couldn't hurt you if they tried. Focus on children. Number two, don't call for a ceasefire. Somehow, this word has become toxic. Don't call for a ceasefire. Please, call for a cessation of hostilities and make a plea for diplomacy. Basically, tell people to stop fighting and come to a table to work things out. That's it. It's simple. Number three, UNICEF, United Nations Children's Emergency Fund, internationally renowned organization, biggest in the world. Latch on to their statement for a ceasefire. If not UNICEF, any other organization that ad nauseum has called for a ceasefire. It's the humane thing to do. That's your three-step pragmatic solution. Focus on kids. Don't use the word ceasefire. Latch onto an organization such as UNICEF to call for a ceasefire in so many words. Okay? Lastly, I want to encourage all these folks that came here tonight to keep doing the two things that they hate us doing. Continue to boycott. It's working. And vote, vote, vote. They hate it when you vote. Thank you.
Linda, you're on both lists. You're not here to speak again, correct? Thank you. Alicia Billington.
Hello, Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Alicia Billington. I am an industrial and organizational psychologist, and I am a transplant to Michigan and to the Detroit metro area. My family and I moved here and bought a home here in Troy in 2017. And one of the reasons that we chose Troy and continue to be extremely proud of this community is our diversity. Being part of a place in which people from all backgrounds and walks of life are listened to and celebrated is the only kind of place that I ever want to live. As I have watched the tragedy unfold in Palestine and Gaza since the events of October 7th, I have become even more proud of my community here in the Detroit metro and Troy specifically. We have come together to grieve, to listen, to support one another, and to call our elected officials to action in various peaceful and respectful ways. When we are lucky enough to live in a place like Troy, with friends and neighbors from Arab and Muslim backgrounds, it's important for those like me who have a different background and different experiences to listen to and honor what they are telling us that they need to feel safe, welcome, and acknowledged where they live, work, and raise their families. We have heard tonight from so many of our friends and neighbors what they need from us in order to feel seen and heard in our community. This is a local issue, and it cannot be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ramika Shutari.
Good evening, Mayor Baker, council members. My name is Ramika Shutari, and I have been a resident of Troy since 2017. I want to begin by reminding myself first and then all of you that the city of Troy was officially designated as the welcoming city in 2017 to promote inclusive communities by building connections between domestic and foreign-born residents. So I want to tell you, I work for a nonprofit or a relief organization that sends aid to, across the world to places that need it. And my work, unfortunately, takes me to refugee camps, disaster areas, and regions around the world. Let me tell you, I've witnessed firsthand the plight of the IDPs, the internally displaced, the refugees. It's horrific. None of us in this room can fathom the misery that they go through every day, the nightmare that their lives are. It's incredible. There are countless stories that people, I could tell you about their trauma, insecurity, lack of basic amenities that they suffer on a daily basis. As of January 20th, the weight of explosives dropped on the Gaza Strip exceeded 65,000 tons. And Gaza Strip is 33 square mile radius. It's, 44 square mile radius, and the reference I had was the city of Troy is 33 miles, so you can make that comparison. Just for a second, if we can imagine us trying to go through the debris, trying to recover one of our own, it's unimaginable the state that these people are in. I urge the City Council of Troy to call for a ceasefire. When we call for a ceasefire, it is a plea for cessation of harm, a cry to protect the vulnerable, and an urgent plea for the safety of innocent children who deserve a chance to life. This call is not for indictment of any particular side, but a collective acknowledgement of human cost that accompanies armed conflict like these. In the case of Gaza, where innocent lives, including children, are caught in the crossfire, a call of ceasefire becomes an ethical imperative. It is a manifestation of our shared responsibility to prevent further suffering, to shield the innocent from the horrors of war. It is crucial to understand that advocating for a ceasefire is a courageous stance. To prioritize the value of human life is above all else. It is an assertion that regardless of political affiliations, the lives of children and civilians should be safeguarded. Let us unite in our call for ceasefire, unburdened by concerns of taking sides. Our focus is on the universal principle of compassion, empathy, and inherent right of every child to grow up in a world free from trauma of the war. As we raise our voices for a ceasefire, letting be a resounding declaration that the protection of innocent lives knows no borders. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Muhammad Noor? We had a Mohammed Noor. Okay, there's two different spellings, just making sure. Hafsa Rahman.
Good evening, dear members of the Detroit City Council. My name is Hafsa Rahman. Today,
I stand before you with a heavy heart and a strong sense of responsibility. As a resident in our beloved city, I ask you to think about the terrible consequences of our tax money being used to fuel a genocide in Gaza and West Bank. Think about the countless lives lost, families torn apart, and communities fractured because of it. Yet, it's not solely the human toll that weighs heavily upon my heart. I see missed opportunities. Imagine what could have been achieved with those funds here at home. Our roads, schools, and hospitals could have prospered. Our local businesses could have flourished, strengthening our community. Instead, our hard-earned tax dollars are complicit in perpetuating violence and devastation. This is not something we can justify morally. That's why I urge you, respected council members, to take a stand for peace. Let's speak out against this senseless violence and work towards using our resources in a more compassionate way. Let's choose unity over conflict and ceasefire for the sake of our collective humanity. And let's remember the impact of our actions on future generations. The choices we make today will shape the world they inherit. Will they remember us for causing suffering, or will we be celebrated for our courage to do what's right? Let's make the right choice, because our children are watching, and history will judge us for what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Harold Dalu.
Good evening. I came to Troy back in October of 2016. At that time, Troy was having very difficult times. And as it gotten worse, I don't know how Mr. Miller was able to have a decent person at the community center. She did have some consideration for the seniors. So she decided to retire, and a replacement occurred. Mr. Bruner was selected by Mr. Miller, I believe. Am I correct? And for the last 3 years, it has gone down so precipitously, where there's hardly anything left for seniors. One of the people that I have in my group, I have 2 groups next door, said this: the only thing I hear over there is crickets. Now, that has to be answered. Sooner or later, the degeneration of the community center for the seniors has to be answered. And it cannot be taken a long time. And when I shared a few thoughts with a few of you, the only thing I got was, well, we can't do anything for seniors right now because we don't have the money. Where are we going to find the money? $4 million goes to the community center, approximately $4 million. Seniors represent 50 and over, 40% of the population. We have 76,000 in Troy. That brings it to around 30,000 people. You mean to tell me you're going to go ahead and just ignore? So we're at this point where most of you were elected because of the fact of the problems that we had in 2016. A few of you that survived, and I'm looking at...
Thank you, Mr. Dalu. That concludes your 3 minutes.
Well, you know what?
You can continue the conversation.
I'm tired. I get up early and I go to bed early, so thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Next up is Soraya Esak.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to, my name is Soraya Isakvarachia. I live in Troy. I would like to read somebody's letter first before I give my own comments. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Council. I wish that I was here with you in Troy this evening. Troy, Michigan is known throughout Southeast Michigan as a thriving center of business, particularly in the automotive and financial sectors. In addition, Troy is also known for its upcoming and thriving diversity. It is this combination of industrial prowess and wonderful diversity that makes Troy a special place. To those council members I haven't yet met, I am addressing you as a proud Jewish American and the son of a Holocaust survivor. My name is Joshua Feinstein. Our collective history instills within us a profound understanding of when a group is targeted for extermination today. Today we are witnessing just that: war, oppression, horrors inflicted upon the innocent Palestinians in the Middle East region. As of today, 25,000 civilians in Gaza have been killed by military strikes. Essentially, this equivalent of wiping out over a quarter of the residential population of Troy. 70% of these civilians targeted are women and children. In the time that I will finish talking with you, statistics guarantee that a young child in Gaza will be slaughtered. One child is killed by Israel every 10 minutes. My friends of the Council, I'd like to pose a question. Do you know why the Nazis were able to commit ethnic cleansing? Yes, they were ruthless. Yes, they murdered women, children, and infants. And yes, they were the masters of propaganda. But ultimately, their secret weapon was relying upon a silent and complicit public. Today, we refuse to remain silent. Every day throughout this country, and especially here in Michigan, more and more Jews are standing up and saying, "Not in our name." Never again means never again, not just for the Jewish people, but for anyone and everyone everywhere. Clearly, people of all races, nationalities, faiths across the United States, particularly here in Michigan, are standing in solidarity with Palestine. In closing, I'd like to extend an invitation to the Council. I'd like to invite you to come and stand with us on the right side of history. For us as American Jews, this is not a political request. It is an appeal to your humanity, your innate sense of justice, and your belief in human dignity and equality. Thank you once again for considering the humanitarian plea of your constituents. We look forward to resolution in the beautiful city of Troy. If I have one more minute, my husband works for the city of Troy. He works at the Troy City Library. We have heard this evening about how much funds we need to upgrade the library. So here again, we're asking that our funds, our taxes not go overseas and we use them right here in the city of Troy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Saba Maroof.
Hello again. I was here last month, and I'm here again today. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's late, and thank you so much to all of you for allowing our kids to speak. I think that they did an amazing job, and I don't need to reiterate what's already been said. So I'm going to cut this down a little bit to kind of the main point. Everybody that's here that's speaking about this, we respect you so much for the time and the energy that you put into this, to being in the city council. This is like outside your day jobs. We get that. We respect you as well as the rules and processes that are in place in our beautiful city. And we really hope that Troy can be a city that lights the way for other cities and can be an example for all. I mean, we kind of talked about this at the last meeting that, we're a city council. Is this out of our jurisdiction? What does, what we have to say matter for international matters? But I think what everybody has said today, number one, is that these matters do affect us locally. I'm a psychiatrist. I've been working, right here in Troy, and I talk about mental health day in and day out in my office, in my practice, and also in the community. And over the years, I've seen veterans and their families from Iraq and Afghanistan. I've seen families affected by wars, by war in Syria, and now I'm seeing families and individuals here locally talk about how they're impacted by what's happening in Palestine. Whether I have friends that are from there, that are hurting, that are grieving, and I've talked to people every day that are not from there, but that they're seeing the global impact of this, and it hurts them. It's hurting all of us. So really, our hope is that Troy can add its name to the other cities in Michigan that have expressed their concern about this genocide and its impact on local citizens. And we hope that our city can stand up against violence and war and stand up now, not later. Be amongst cities such as Kalamazoo, Detroit, Dearborn, Ann Arbor, and the list is growing. And we would be happy to work with you on the wording for such a statement, whether we call it a statement or proclamation. I know that there's been amendments, but what can we do to work together to come to some kind of agreement? Work on the wording to reflect the diversity of Troy and the beauty of our global community. A ceasefire is just that. It's a bilateral call. It's a call to bring home hostages, to bring home prisoners on both sides. We know that Troy is proud of its diversity, and we hope that the city can be proud of us too when we're not just a silent or model minority, but a minority that uses its voice and practices its civic duty in standing up for justice, whether it's against us or other people. We do not want Troy to be left behind in tacit approval of wrong, but to be a beacon of light while also being inclusive and honoring all her constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mazar Memon.
Hello, thank you, council members and mayor. My name is Mazar Memon. I'm a tech entrepreneur here in Troy. This is my second time here. Thanks for your time again. As you know, on January 15th, we attended the MLK Day of Service at Athens High School. And, we were reminded of Dr. King's words, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. And indeed, we're in those times, challenge and controversy. And I appreciate that difficulty, that's before you. I have two specific requests, but before, Mayor, just as you suggested last time, we've contacted our federal elected officials many times. We've talked to our state elected officials as well, based on your advice. And we approached Representative Haley Stevens, expressed our concerns regarding her support for the ongoing violence in Palestine. She responded, unfortunately, quite defensively to legitimate questions about stances on this specific issue. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, as Reverend Dr. King has said. Here being silent and dismissive is unfortunately a bit problematic for this community. Our city council has the power to support a ceasefire based on a fundamental human principle that no innocent man, woman, or child deserves to be killed. This is not a matter of politics. This is just humanity 101. And my second request is, perhaps you could formally write to Representative Stevens conveying the strong opposition that many Troy residents have to the genocide of the Palestinian people, a position based on fact and justice. As a resident, I assure that such an action is more urgent and important to me than the repair of my sidewalks. This isn't just a global issue, it's impacting us globally. Please, please don't remain silent and consider these two requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hannah Hassan.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Hassan, and I've been a Troy resident for 23 years. I work in human resources for a Fortune 500 company, and my husband is an engineering program manager for the auto industry. We've raised 3 girls. One graduated from Troy High last year. The other one still goes to Troy High. And the last one is at Baker Middle School. Today marks the 114th day of the genocide in Gaza, where over 30,000 innocent civilians have been killed, 65,000 injured, and 1 million starving people, more than half are children who were already refugees before October 7th, and now are trying to escape the bombardment of the so-called safe zones. But as the world knows, there are no safe zones or places in Gaza. Courtyards of hospitals are being used as graveyards because snipers and tanks are firing at hospitals even as we sit here searching for our collective humanity, searching for the moral courage to say, enough. All of this is being funded with our tax dollars. I am here this evening to share how our city's response to these ongoing massacres in Gaza have a direct connection to the core values and brand of Troy. Our city prides itself in cultivating a community environment in which all cultures, backgrounds are embraced and protected. The Troy Days Festival is an example of how our city administration collaborates with immigrant communities to promote integration between diverse cultures and ethnic groups. Troy has shown a remarkable unity in standing against hate. The Troy Area Alliance Against Hate has organized, participated in protests to denounce hate and promote peace and understanding. We have shown moral courage in the past. Let us not betray the values that make Troy the city we are proud to call home. This is our second appeal to this council. We reiterate our request that this council pass a ceasefire resolution in Gaza. By doing so, we remain consistent with our core values of diversity, stand against hate, and promote peace. Let's be on the right side of history and speak as one Troy. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kutsia Lyn.
I really appreciate your time. Salam, shalom, peace. My name is Kutsia Lyn. I'm a mother of two and work as a business analyst. I belong to the Ahmadiyya Muslim community and have been living in Troy since 2010. I'm also a diabetic and use a monitor to keep track of my blood sugar, which spikes after meals and sometimes when feeling stressed. After a couple of hours, it returns to a certain base level. Some weeks ago, my base level stayed elevated about 20 or more points than is normal for me and would not go down even as days passed. After ruling out technical issues, I realized that this symptom began with the escalation of civilian carnage in Gaza. The details of these harrowing atrocities are heart-wrenching, and we're watching them continue without pause. The International Court of Justice heard 3 hours of hair-raising testimony with proof after proof and declared it plausible that a genocide is going on and has allowed the trial to proceed. The recording is available to watch on United Nations YouTube channel, even if our media did not show it and instead promoted the now debunked lies of beheaded babies, mass rape, etc., about October 7th, lies that are still being freely quoted in our public discourse. So, although the Troy City Council decided a couple of years ago not to allow proclamations on foreign affairs, it is not a matter of foreign affairs for us when our tax dollars are directly funding this atrocity, and when that is the primary reason this massacre is able to continue. And it is not a matter of foreign affairs for Troy residents who still have family and friends in Gaza, or at least had 3 months ago. As our nation recently commemorated the Holocaust and reaffirmed our commitment to the promise of never again, please listen to the Jewish survivors of that genocide and their descendants who are calling out this genocide for what it is and demanding a ceasefire. Please take action to stand on the right side of history and not watch something of this gravity from the sidelines. If any rule compels you to do so, please change that rule. If our nation can destroy an entire country based on false information about WMDs and later shrug our shoulders and say, oh well, we can surely sign off on a ceasefire resolution as a token gesture of kindness to stop the death and destruction of a people, even if you're not sure on every technicality of it. Token gestures, when nothing else is possible, are significantly uplifting. Every winter I look toward Christmas holiday lights go up. Driving in Michigan's cold, dreary winter nights, these beautiful, colorful, twinkling lights put a smile on my face and add a little warmth to my heart, even if all else outside remains frozen. It may not be in your purview to change this dark and dreary chapter of our history, but by passing a ceasefire resolution against this atrocity or any other that affects the Troy residents, you can offer that small ray of light in the dead of winter which Troy residents who are suffering pangs of wretched sadness and physical and mental stress due to these events can look at and warm their hearts just a bit. If for nothing else, please make this public declaration to acknowledge our pain and show that you value all lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rita Khan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rida Khan. I'm 20 years old and an undergraduate student at Wayne State University. I've lived here in Troy since I was 7 years old. I loved growing up here in a diverse and welcoming environment that also clearly prioritized a quality of education and academic life. Lately, though, it's been difficult for me to use resources like the Troy Public Library, which some of my community members voiced concern about earlier this meeting. It's hard to use those public resources with a peace of mind when I know that my city has said and done nothing in its power about the humanitarian crisis, which has acutely affected schools, universities, and libraries in Gaza, where thousands of students have lost all access to the same academic life there that the Troy community greatly values. It was growing up here in Troy that I got to know classmates of Palestinian background and hear their family stories and perspectives. If they aren't here already today, then they're grieving in their homes from witnessing so much violence and loss suffered by their families and homeland, and a complete lack of acknowledgement of their grief by the city they call their home. As City Council, you have a duty to your Palestinian constituents, and actually a considerable percentage of your constituents who have been restlessly advocating towards a ceasefire. We live in a globalized society, and with this topic in particular, everything is connected, which means it's essential for grassroots movements to take place and local governing organizations to do the bare minimum, which is to release a ceasefire resolution. It is no longer international affairs when a portion of all the money I spend and make in Troy goes to our government through taxes that fund this genocide. It is no longer international affairs when a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy named Wadia Al-Fayoum is murdered by his landlord here in America, in Illinois. The true importance and power of local governments and representative bodies often goes ignored. I'm a representative of the Wayne State student body in our representative student senate, so on a micro level, I understand the position you might be in. I've heard public comments and I've sat through policy presentations as well. Please listen to the people who depend on you. All I'm asking is for a zero expense and token gesture of kindness, morals, and humanity from my city, which has a history of showing it in so many other ways. I'm asking for the city to acknowledge that Palestinian residents of Troy matter to them. The city of Troy must join our neighboring areas of Ann Arbor, Canton, Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Detroit, Hamtramck, Kalamazoo, Washtenaw County, Wayne County, and Ypsilanti in calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Howard Trado. All right, no Howard. Sayeda Batul. Barb Yegley.
Good evening, City Council. On Saturday, we commemorated the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And the UN back in 1946, after World War II, committed to providing a state for the Jews to live in because of what had happened in Nazi-controlled lands during World War II, in which 1/3 of the Jewish population worldwide was sent to gas chambers, shot, executed. So that's 1/3 of the total worldwide population, 2/3 of the population in Europe. This is why they felt a need for the Jews to have their own homeland. So apparently the British had also promised the Palestinians their own homeland, And so there was a two-state proposal at that time in 1947. Okay, well, that hasn't worked out too well, and that's unfortunate. I wish that the people in that part of the world got along as well as the people in our part of the world. And in fact, it seems that like in Galilee, the northern part of the area, Jews, Muslims, Christians, they all get along pretty well. I think 20% of the population in what is known as the State of Israel are Israeli Arabs or Arab Israelis. Some of them identify as Palestinian Israelis. And it is a fact that there are parts of Israel where it is not safe for a Jew to go, even now. But there is nowhere in Israel, within the Israel boundaries, where it is unsafe for an Arab to go of any religious background. So I would encourage anybody who has family in that area to encourage them to take and follow oh gosh, what is the word? The advice of the people in the northern part of the country and learn to be good neighbors to each other. But I have another concern that I wish to speak of, and that's our open border, the military men crossing over the border. 10 FBI agent senior members, former senior members, described it as a soft invasion. So I'm asking for the council actually to support our police department, and if you're going to make a resolution, to make a resolution in full support of our police department and to prepare for an upswing in crime. Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Safura Hamzavi. Thank you. Reza Azadegan.
Good evening. Mayor Baker, respected council members, Mayor Pro Tem. The peace and blessing of God upon you and those who follow their conscience, upon which the humanity is based upon. I use this part of my greeting to paraphrase a piece of the Holy Quran, the revered book of Muslim faith. But also, I would like to emphasize to you all that this call of following our conscience and staying up to the plate and trying to follow the principles of humanity is not limited to the Islamic faith. As you heard from my Christian and Jewish fellow citizens, we are alike when it comes to the humanity. Let me begin to tell you that unfortunately I forgot to bring my notes. But then I decided that I should go back home and bring my notes. But I suddenly thought that our Palestinian brothers and sisters and women and children are living without food, without shelter, even without graves. And their dead bodies are desecrated. So I thought that I should be able to handle not only speaking from heart, but also speaking by heart. And that's my plea to you, to listen to my comment with open heart and open mind. I'm a Troy resident for about 20 years. Prior to that, I was a graduate student in Ann Arbor. I have a PhD in electrical engineering. I deal with microelectronics, so international politics is not my field. I know that the city council is dealing with the urban issues, planning, zoning, and etc. So the focus of your work is not international politics and diplomacy either, even though some of you have prior experience. But all of us are human beings, so we do understand the concept of humanity. So we cannot be indifferent when it comes to humanity. Also, we are alive, so we should recognize the sanctity of life when we see that 20,000 people are slaughtered and 20,000 or 26,000 lives are lost. we cannot really associate that with a matter of international politics or something outside. This is actually very close to home. It's a matter of Troy, Michigan. It's a matter of Frankfort, Kentucky. It's a matter that relates to Paris, Illinois. Also, it's a matter that relates to Lebanon, Indiana, and Iran, Texas. So I want to ask you guys to take it as a humanitarian matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Madison Westmoreland.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here so late tonight. I know that we're all tired, but we appreciate you listening to us about this topic. I'm not a Troy resident, but my father was raised in Troy, and I do work in Troy City, and I value this city highly. Today, I am also here to talk about the resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. Gaza, as many people have already pointed out today, is facing a very serious humanitarian crisis. We know that at least 26,000 people have died already. It's hard to say day by day where the count lies because of the medical system having already been quite destroyed and because there's no time to be able to recover the bodies of those who are lost. I just want to say the full severity of the situation cannot be expressed, but we know that hundreds of people are dying every day. Even if we were to dismiss the decades of illegal occupation the Palestinians have experienced at the hands of the Israeli government, we know that no competent military force can cause this widespread death without culpability and without purpose. No military force can cause such a uniquely deadly fire to journalists without culpability. Israel cannot watch the people of Gaza die in the cold to starvation and disease as a direct result of their bombardment without culpability. It has been made clear that our federal government hopes that people will not speak more on this subject, that they are not a fan of us speaking further about it, and they hope that this dies down. And it is easy for most of us who were born and raised in America to not talk about it, to not understand the severity of it. I myself have never experienced a situation that would have been so terrible, but there are people in this room and there are people in your community that do not have to imagine it because they've lived through it or they've known people who have. I'm here tonight because the very least that we can do is stand up with Palestinians so they are not alone. The very least that we can do is pressure our government to stop aiding the Israeli government's genocide. The smallest act that we can take is using our voice to make clear that the American people will not tolerate the crimes against humanity being committed in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Abdul Rahman Ahmad.
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. This is my second time. As most of you know, I've met most of you last time. Peace be upon you all. I want to share a statement from a ophthalmology colleague who went to Gaza and just returned home. He said, the amount of amputations I've seen, 15 in one day alone, the amount of eyes I have had to remove, 7 eyes in one day with primary eviscerations, age 2, 6, 12, 16, and older. Last time I mentioned some of the horrors that my family has gone through. I won't go too much into that, other than to say it's not any better. In fact, it's worse. But I wanted to speak about us here in Troy. Calling for an end to the killing of innocent men, women, and children is not controversial. It is not a foreign policy issue. My tax dollars being spent to kill innocent children is not a foreign policy issue. Calling to allow food and water to enter Gaza and feed the hundreds of thousands of hungry children, cold children, scared children is not a foreign policy issue. Calling for medical aid like anesthetic medicine just for the kids to not feel pain while their limbs are being amputated is not a foreign policy issue. calling for a bilateral ceasefire with cessation of hostilities to achieve everything that I mentioned is not a foreign policy issue. Recognizing the pain and horror that many people here in Troy have experienced is not a foreign policy issue. And recognizing the increase in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia is not a foreign policy issue. Let me be very clear. We are not trying to ask for something that is controversial, divisive, or is going to hurt our community. We want a resolution that brings us in Troy together. We want a resolution to recognize the humanity of Christian, Muslim, Jewish brothers and sisters that recognizes all of our humanity, our dignity, our right to life, warmth, the right to safety, the right to food and clean water, the right to freedom, and hence our call for the release of all hostages on all sides, Palestinian and Israeli, the right to freedom, dignity, and justice for all, and that means for all of us here in Troy and all of us around the world. I do not think that this is controversial, and I do not think this is a foreign policy issue, and I really appreciate your support in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sarwat Siddiqui. Yuktha Gowda. All right. That concludes those that have signed up for public comment for items not on the agenda from Troy residents and businesses. There still is a separate section later in the agenda. Now is an opportunity for City Council, City Administration response and reply to public comment for items not on the agenda from Troy residents and businesses. We spoke quite thoroughly on this matter at the last council meeting and reiterated our policy against such proclamations, whether for humanitarian peace throughout the world or a ceasefire or anything relating to items outside the direct business of the city of Troy. That is still the policy of this city council, and I don't speak for all of my council member colleagues, but I am the mayor and do speak as behalf of and represent the city in many fashions. So absent hearing something alternate from any of our council members, which I would encourage you to remember what our rules are, I don't see a path forward for such resolution. I appreciate all of the people who have come forward this evening, Troy residents, Troy people who work in Troy, the students who spoke, and the difficulty always is not just that, Doctor, your last speech that you gave was different than what most of your friends in the audience spoke about. And I won't lie to you. All of your stories, you're impactful. That's not the issue. It pulls on my heartstrings. I see your tears. It makes me feel awful about everything going on. And I get pulled, and I do. I feel it. I do, and that's the point. And I understand. When you all come forward and speak to us, I know you're all hurting, and I know that there are others throughout the world who are hurting. And I'm at a loss as to what I can do as the mayor of the city of Troy. I support my residents. I know many of you, I see a lot of familiar faces out there tonight. I do. I support the pain that you're suffering. I feel for you, and some of you mentioned organizations that have spoken out against hate or have come together. Those are the organizations that are part of our city fabric that are here to help. You saw us sit through an hour or so conversation earlier on the master plan. And it was jarring to go from master plan to an 8-year-old asking for us to support him and people abroad for humanitarian purposes, and then back to a landscape contract, and then back to this. And it feels gross. I recognize it for you sitting out there who are so passionate and hurting with family members here and abroad. And yet it's consistently the business of this city council to focus on those more sterile things. That is the business of this city. So individually, if any one of us choose to get out there and support and meet with you and work with you and call for humanitarian care throughout the world, that's up to each one of us individually, but it's not for us as a body and for the city government to make those kind of proclamations or decisions here in this chamber. And I hate it. I've seen your social media posts. I imagine you'll be back at the next meeting. I understand that, and we are here with a public forum that allows you to do that, and I will listen to you until you stop coming. I understand that, and I recognize that. It's against our city policies and procedures to do something what you're asking us, even a less controversial version of it. It's just not what our city government does. And I can appreciate the ask, and again, my heart bleeds for the pain that's in your faces and for what is happening throughout the world, not just between Israel and the Palestinians, but throughout the world. But the city of Troy is not set out to solve those humanitarian crises. And this show of support that we would give may make you feel good in the moment, but the minute you walk out the doors and you see what's continuing to go on, that feeling will fade. And again, if I thought I could do something that would be within the spirit of what our city charter and our city rules allow, that would make you feel better about your city government, would not incite a very harsh and severe reaction from others in our community who also depend on us to represent their interests, I would love to have that solution. At this time, I don't believe that exists, and it shouldn't based on what our charter says that we're supposed to be doing. So I appreciate you all tonight for coming here, for sticking around, for being here this late, and I hope you know, as we all expressed at the last council meeting, this is a caring, passionate council team that has really put wearing some of our emotions on our sleeves on many issues in this city, and supporting groups who have been oppressed and supporting groups who are hurting in our community outside of this council chamber. Thank you for coming. We don't have any council referrals this evening. There are some reports on the agenda. Did anyone have any comments about the reports? Council comments? We could continue now with public comment for items on or not on the agenda from members of the public outside of Troy, not residents of Troy and not from Troy businesses. We do have some people who are signed up. First up would be Rukaya.
Thank you very much. My name is Ruqayya Ali. I moved to Troy 29 years ago when I married my husband, and whose family moved here 50 years previously. But we moved from Troy to Oxford a few years ago to be close to my husband's job. But our goal is eventually to move back here to Troy and to where our roots are. So I'm very invested in what's happening here in the city, where many of my family members still reside. I had a whole speech written, but everyone else spoke so eloquently on this issue, and I've heard now too what you have to say, so I'm kind of moving my thing along, because I understand what you're saying about this not being the forum, and I just have to beg to disagree. We have been reaching out to all levels of government, and if we don't get silence, we get, argumentation. We're asking you, because we believe that change starts at a grassroots level. It starts from the bottom up. Change historically has never happened from a top-down perspective. It happens when ordinary people like me, like you, get together and we speak truth to power, and then we ask you, our city representatives, to speak to us, and it works its way up. So I do have to disagree with you on the statement that this isn't the forum and that you need to stick with city council things. This is very much, a city council issue, in my opinion. From what I understand, there is a limitation on proclamations that what can be made. From what I understand, proclamations cannot be issued to recognize events and organizations that are outside of Troy and that are proclamations regarding religion, ideology, or politics. Is that correct? And I understand that, and I even kind of agree with it, but I'd like to contend that a ceasefire resolution is very much a local issue. You have residents here who have lost family members and have been directly impacted by this crisis. The emotional appeal of the young people that address shows that this is going to be having a lasting effect on how they view the community and the world, and I think will have a direct effect on their mental health. Also, bilateral ceasefire is not a controversial issue in the sense that a bilateral ceasefire asking for even hostages to be released is in the best interest of everyone. And if you can remember, the last time hostages were released was during a ceasefire resolution, temporary though it was. So again, I just want to tell you that it is not a political proclamation to say cease the death and destruction of civilians. The ceasefire resolution we are asking you to call for will end both the needless death of both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
Next up is Ian McClure. Ray McCarris. Sean Marco.
Hello, I am here for what everyone else is here for. My name is Sean. I currently live in Royal Oak. I work in the city of Troy. Point blank, there's a humanitarian crisis happening in Gaza. Fathers, mothers, daughters, sons are starving and dehydrated. Babies are dying from treatable medical conditions such as RSV. Parents are amputating the limbs of their children on their kitchen tables. The miscarriage rate has gone up in Gaza by 300%. In the last 10 minutes, a child has died. Imagine how many have died just during this session alone. Council members, you may think that this atrocity is something that you should not speak on, but it is. You can point to your charters, you can point to your rules, but at the end of the day, you have the power to change that. You have the power to actually do what is right and stand up for history and for humanity. And that is what you are refusing to do. The reason that we are here today as a community is because our federal government is not listening to us. 26,000 innocent people have been murdered in cold blood. That is over 1/4 of this population of Troy. We have to work from the ground up, as the previous speaker said. It is frustrating when 70% of Americans want a permanent ceasefire, and the people who are meant to represent us are turning a blind eye, or acting against it, such as funding the weapons of war that are being used against the Palestinians, or most recently, stopping the funding of the UNRWA that is providing aid to the people in Gaza. This happening after the International Crimes Court siding with the South African case against Israel for genocide. There's no debate on what is happening. It is genocide. Do you understand how inhumane that looks? To us? To your community? To the world at large? I want to end this by giving you all some homework. Recently I read, and I think everyone in this room should read The 100 Years' War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. It is backed by 50 pages of primary sources, first-hand accounts, and governmental documents. The book itself outlining the Palestinian life from the first declaration to colonize it by Britain back in 1917 to the modern day. This whole thing has relied on propaganda and the world powers repeatedly silencing and oppressing the Palestinian people. Throughout Israel's history, they have refused to even acknowledge the Palestinians as people, demonizing them and calling them animals. Their leaders throughout time.
That concludes your 3 minutes.
Of course. Thank you so much for listening.
Next up is Lindsay Pico.
Hi there, City Council. Thank you, obviously, for being here this late. I really do appreciate it. My name is Lindsay, obviously. I'm a circulation aide at the Troy Public Library. Working at the Troy Public Library is actually one of the favorite things that I do every single day, or mostly every single day. You've already iterated that you do not believe that that the ceasefire is not a matter on which you can speak, but I'm here to tell you that it is vital to my job. A ceasefire resolution is necessary for the city of Troy, and I hope you will give me a few minutes of your time as an employee of said city to explain why. Currently, there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I will skip over the details. I think we have reiterated that quite plainly. But these numbers do not reflect the bombed mosques, churches, schools, hospitals, libraries. They do not reflect the lost history, culture, art, or literature. They do not reflect the over 100 years of colonization. And it is ironic that right now, some of the very titles that I am sending out at my job, that I am seeing come back and get checked out and read by my patrons, are also titles that are on Palestinian culture and history, which we are seeing destroyed every single day. It is difficult to do my job and know that no child, no person can even go home in Palestine, much less enjoy their library. It is difficult to face the community and not know if we will be on the right side of history. But the second reason is at the heart of this community. As I said, my favorite thing is my job, and I really, really love our diversity as a community. But as part of that, we must uphold that all people are welcome in this city. And you may not think that taking a side in a genocide and a foreign policy issue and saying that human life is precious no matter your country of origin is our business as a city. And you may think that it is unpopular and that it will alienate people in our community. And I'm sure that that is true. But as someone who works directly with the community and who wears a keffiyeh every day, who checks out those books that I mentioned earlier, I can tell you that this will only make our community stronger. Every day, I have at least a couple of people have heartfelt conversations with me. A ceasefire resolution is not only necessary, but I know for certain is a reflection of our values. This very room reflects that. This whole evening is a reflection of those values. Your council should be a reflection of those values as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Petkoff.
Hi, my name is Ava. At this point, I'm definitely going off script. There have been a variety of speakers this evening that have touched on very crucial aspects of this conflict between Israel and Palestine. So I do want to touch on the few things that you had mentioned. And first off, to say that this issue and this crisis happening on the other side of the world does not affect the citizens of Troy is unfortunately untrue. There are many of us.
That's not what I said. Continue. None of us have said that. Please continue.
It was implied that this matter cannot be discussed by the City Council because it is against a rule decided between you all. And I wanted to say that I don't think that should be the case. I think that the view that most of us share in this room is one that should be uniting and should not create a division amongst the people here and the people across the globe. So I do want to say that it could be something that unites everybody to have that opinion. And I hope that you guys are able to open your minds and your hearts to the words that have been said this evening. Thank you.
That concludes those that have signed up for public comment for items on or not on the agenda from members of the public outside of Troy, not residents of Troy and not from Troy businesses. We do have a closed session this evening, so I will recess from here and we will reconvene in closed session in the council boardroom.